to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, good governance, and development of Uganda. However, there's a caveat when it's doing its obligation that it's prohibited from passing laws that contradict either court judgments or decisions of court. However, we have seen it in the 10th Parliament, where Honorable Leandro was, and the one before it, enacted the Public Order Management Act, which in effect and essence was doing away with the good decision of the Mwanga Chivombi, the restrictions on the right to the freedom of assembly, association, and movement. The 11th Parliament, we've seen it pass an amendment to the Computer Misuse Amendment Act, which in effect also has the implication of doing away with some judgments which have already been delivered by the Constitutional Court. And I know that Chapter 4 is one of the petitioners which are in court challenging that amendment. So I would like to get your views, and I'll start with the former Member of Parliament who has been in that House, Honorable Leandro. What would be a rating of Parliament's performance? Let's look at the 11th Parliament, which has gone halfway into its term. In as far as its constitutional obligation, how far has it gone in legislating in accordance with the Constitution? Laws for the order, peace, and good governance. How far has it gone in achieving that obligation?
Hello? Yes, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Leandro Komakech. I was in the 10th Parliament representing the people of Gulu Municipality, now Gulu City. Looking at the current Parliament, much as I would say it is still in time to evaluate, but in terms of monitoring the progress, I think the current Parliament has over-concentrated on what I would call legislative agenda, which may not be actually the key priority of the citizens of this country. And I say this because looking at the demands of citizens today, you find when we left in 2021, there were key legislative agenda that were on the floor of Parliament. So when Parliament was prologued and the new one started, it was amazing to see that for the first time, Parliament decided that all matters that were not done with in the previous Parliament were thrown out. Now, for me, I took that as a very, very serious deficit, because the legislative agenda that we left contained very important issues that needed to have been carried forward. For example, as you mentioned here, we had the issue of the National Legal Aid Bill. It was technically thrown out. We had the issues of it was the last item on the agenda when we prologued. It was on the Human Rights Defenders and Protection Bill, which I think all Ugandans needed that framework. They were all thrown out. So when the new one resumed, nothing was allowed to, and up to date, as we talk, all those were thrown into the dustbin. So while we appreciate the current legislation, some of them are amendments, but there are fundamentals that as citizens of this country, we need to see that they are legislated. Number one, electoral law. If we do not ensure that we have a robust electoral law in this country, because all conflicts of this country since 1962 has been revolving around governance. And governance can only be sorted out if we have an effective electoral law that produce leaders that deserve to lead. You have seen in many instances, all our cases getting into the courts of law to be sorted out. I think this is an area that the current parliament should look at it more seriously. Because we have had time where we amended the electoral law to even change the title of electoral commission, calling it Independent Electoral Commission. I don't know how independent it has been. So for me, that is priority number one, which I would want to see in this 11th parliament, to form one of the core principles of pushing the country ahead. Others can fall in line as long as we have sorted out what we call in mathematics the lowest common denominator. For those who did mathematics in primary, it is called LCM. If you are to solve a fraction, you should get to know what the lowest common denominator is, and that is our electoral laws. That should produce all types of leaders, regardless. But as of now, our electoral law deserves a lot, because it is what formed the basis of even President Museveni going to the bush, because of election malpractices. So for me, that is the core that for now I would take as a priority. But of course, notwithstanding what the current parliament has done, I think in terms of rating, if I'm to be an external auditor, in terms of rating, we are operating at 35%. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. 35% is way below the pass mark by even the most modest of pass marks. Jesse, what are your thoughts on the performance? We're trying to assess the parliamentary performance, 11th this far.
Thank you very much, moderator. Honorable Leandro gave them 35%, which is I think on the way I analyze the situation. When you fail to do the exam, they say you did not sit. So from the way I analyze it, there's a lot more to be done, because they have not lived up to the expectations of the constituencies. In this particular context, I'm talking about survivors and victims of conflict in Uganda. When you work with these people, you see that their urgent needs are on issues, simple issues like reparations, rebuilding their lives. Indeed, in 2014, there was even a parliamentary resolution that legislation should be passed to provide reparations for women victims of conflict-related sexual violence. You're going almost 10 years later. This issue has not come back for discussion. No legislation to put in place the transitional justice policy has been passed. So the survivors and victims feel betrayed, because the people they gave the opportunity to represent them in parliament, when they get to parliament, take on different agendas, and as a result, they have let down their main constituencies, because the power is being derived from the people who are voting them to go to office. But when they go to office, they take on different agendas. As a result, laws which ought to be helping the ordinary people who are still having bullet fragments, wounds in their bodies, are not being assisted by those who could be in position to help them. So, moderator, for me, I would say they haven't yet passed.
They haven't yet passed.
Yeah.
Just as remarks. As I bring in Rose, I'm trying to connect to what Honorable has talked about, the 35%. I was looking at the Right Honorable Speaker's handle, when she was Twitter X handle, when she was giving a performance for the previous year, and she says they were meant to pass 55 bills. That was their projection, and they passed only 8. So they could be, as even in the Speaker's own performance, slightly below the 35 that Honorable Leandro gave. Although Jesse also brings in another idea, that how far are these priorities representative of the post priorities? Rose, what is your taking? I almost called Rose Rhoda. She knows why. But Rose, what's your taking? Is it on now?
Can you hear me? Yeah, the powers of technology are against me, but we shall prevail. Uh, Before I even try to comment about the parliament, I'm looking at what inclusion means and whether our parliament is actually legislating for us. So if I am to analyze or even monitor what they are doing to say that, yes, they have passed the 55 bills that they decided to do, I'm asking myself, who are these laws for? Are they for the most marginalized in our society, or are they laws that are being passed in order to protect state ideology or to protect religious ideology? So for me, that is where my analysis comes from. You can pass 100 laws, that is okay. You can pass 1 million laws, that is very fine. Your performance may be at 100%, but if your laws are not protecting the most marginalized in our society, then I would award you only 0%. And again, it brings me down to the inclusion and the representation of the most marginalized in our society. Even in this space, you look at this panel, I'm seated with a group of people who have the most proximity to power, the most privileged in our societies, men, probably heterosexual, maybe leaders in their churches or religious institutions. They most likely have steady incomes. And I don't think they are the most marginalized in our societies. But yet here they are speaking about rule of law and inclusion. And I ask myself, are they going to share honest opinions of what it means to legislate for people who are the most marginalized in our society? So for me, I think when we look at our parliament, our biggest issue is that they are churning out laws that are protecting state ideology. Everything is to protect power. Those in power, those who already have power, they must sit on it, can it, and protect it for themselves and their future generations. But then the rest of us who have no proximity to power, the women, the sexual and gender minorities in our societies, the refugees, migrants, what is happening to them? No one cares. We are just expected to kneel down and receive handouts from our president. Why is that so? So again, when I look at it, the frameworks are good. Some of the laws that are passed have instead further marginalized the people in our societies. Look at the Anti-Homosexuality Act, further marginalizing people who are already historically marginalized. And instead of protecting them within our societies, we decide to ostracize them even more. Look at the marriage bill, where you don't want to protect married women in our society because you think that all husbands are good. They cannot rape their wives. They cannot beat them. Let them go to church for counseling. Yet married women are among the most marginalized people in our society because they lack power in those families that they are in, because they are expected to be subservient. And if your husband is bad, then woe unto you. And me, who acts as a person who usually handles divorce matters, I see these power imbalances at play. So for me, on my part, I would rate our parliament as 0 because they haven't done anything for the marginalized communities in our country.
Wow. This is not very good reading for members of parliament. Rod and Jesse seem to give it lower marks than 35. But I'd like to take the discussion further. Honorable, back to you. In your bio, which I'm trying to look at here, you describe yourself as a dyed-in-wool human rights defender. While you were legislating the 10th Parliament, what progressive actions did you take to ensure that Parliament enacts just, peaceful, and inclusive societies?
Thank you, moderator. What took me actually in the 10th Parliament was on issues of human rights. And this, you can cascade it, and it appears in many, many ways. I am proud to come from the Democratic Party, where I serve as the Secretary International Affairs and Diaspora. Now, in the CA, this party actually provided one of the best propositions for deliberation, that was chapter 4 that we talk about today. Chapter 4 of our current constitution was 90% a contribution of the Democratic Party. Now, my legislative agenda has been all around human rights. That is why my first motion I tabled on the floor of Parliament was on access to justice. There is no way in this country where you look at the percentage of the population and you see that they do not have capacity to access justice equitably. You say the only framework that can bring on board many of our citizens, the indigents and many others, the victims of wars, was to have a legal framework that deals with the legal aid services, where we pursued it so vigorously to the extent that government, I was amazed that government could not even provide for me certificate of financial implication. I was amazed because these are the cores that would protect the citizens that give us leadership. Until when I left, this bill is still on the floor of Parliament with the Legal Affairs Committee. And I pray that this 11th Parliament passes that bill, because it would actually reduce issues of land conflicts and many others to a very big percentage. 2, I presented before Parliament as well the Human Rights Defenders and Protection Bill, which I was told was one of the most risky area that one should try. And I ask, but as we talk about the rule of law and being inclusive, human rights protection as a framework should be at the core of governance. And therefore, if you have the Enforcement Act that was passed, then definitely, and that was actually procedure. The Protection and Defense Bill was a substantive bill that would make all our work here very easy as human rights defenders, whether you are an individual, whether you are an association, whether you are an advocate, whether you, in any format, it would protect. But I was amazed that government gave me the certificate of financial implication. But to move through the process was like fighting in Gaza. It was extremely difficult with all sorts of landmines everywhere until I left Parliament, when we could not conclude on the Human Rights Protection Bill. It was even amazing, on the day that we were actually supposed to go for second reading, third reading, and pass it, it was the last day that Parliament was being prologued, the 10th Parliament. Now, the Speaker asked for the production of the committee report with all the signatories done. We had finished everything. Do you know what happened? The clerk disappeared. The clerk disappeared. Not to be traced on phone, not to be traced physically in the precincts of Parliament. And that was it. So it was a technical blow they gave us at the last minute. Now, so you can see the challenges we went through. So when I went back to Gulu to demand for a second term, which would be my last term actually, I met many resistance with actors that were very, very funny. I expected to come back, but the votes went so well, but the following morning I had lost the election. I knew I would win in the evening, but in the morning I had lost the election. So that is how I exited. But the struggle must continue. We pushed in a lot of advocacy in the 11th Parliament. Yes, I do not see the Human Rights Protection Bill being passed because it has never been even tabled, though many volunteers agreed to pick on where I left. So I think for now, moderator, this is an uphill task. I would implore that as advocates of human rights protection all over the country, it is work in progress. There should be no giving up, whether you are in parliament, whether you are outside parliament. I see in this country some laziness to even go to court. Actually, many Ugandans fear courts of law. They think when you are going to courts of law, you are actually a problem to the state. If you would want to see how citizens use courts, go to United States of America and see it is as busy as Mulago Hospital. Every minute there are petitions, they are presented this, but here people only go for the issues that at a personal level affect their livelihood. So I implore all of you who are advocates of human rights that we should not wait until you are attacked. We should actually move forward and see what we should do. Even during elections, you go in to stand, but they will tell you, well, we shall wait to congratulate you. Civil society should wake up that this is not only issues that should be left to politicians. This should be an all-round engagement that citizens effectively engage in their governance. That is when we shall be happy to say these frameworks are passed, that one are passed, and we shall also agree that legislation is moving in the interest of Ugandans. Because since 1900, when the first, I would call it the first constitution, was imposed by the British through the 1900 Buganda Agreement, legislations were not meant or made for us. They were made for the British to extract the resources. But from 1962, we began to see some semblance of a legislative agenda that works towards an inclusive society. The 1995 Constitution actually made it even better. But now we should say, from 1995 Constitution to date, we have already in place amendments of the Constitution. There are many issues of constitutional review. How do we make the 1995 Constitution stronger today? So this should be some of the challenges we should look at. For those who cannot perform, you remove them, because you are the ones with the powers. But now, as we talk today, the ambassador talked about loving power more than the people. I don't know where we stand, because if you go for elections, that is why civil society, many of you fear to go, because the issue is about money. After speaking, they say, so we are already here. What do you do for us? And that's what they ask. So many people who have very good ideas fear to go and risk to stand or lose their jobs. So it is something worth trying. That take that risk. I've taken this risk. I lost the election, but I told the people of Gulu, I did not lose. You are the ones who lost, because I represented you very effectively. So at the end of the day, you must be steadfast. You must accept the risk that comes by, so that we have good governance in its real terms. Because as of now, it is a patchwork of success, it is a patchwork of failure. But we must stick in there and look at how we can effectively make our legislation in this country for the people of the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Taking risks, I think, resonates with what the Honorable Dr. Miriam Matembo was telling us yesterday, to abandon fear. Jesse, you've done a lot of work in transitional justice. And I know the minister was here yesterday and promised us a policy. We have an endless list of unresolved human rights violations in this country. All the way going back to the Mukura murders, massacres, the Kasese killings, we have the Kayunga riot killings. We're increasingly seeing a lot of incommunicado detentions. The Honorable Minister yesterday described the November 2020 killings as a scar on Uganda's soul. How progressive do you think is the transitional justice policy? And following up on that still, do you think it is sufficient to provide a strategic guidance on how we Ugandans intend to handle justice and accountability for some of these serious crimes, and balance our actions with the need to serve the rights of victims, to truth, to justice, and of course, reparations? And if there are any gaps, you can still point us out to those gaps and how we can fill them.
Okay, thank you, Council. That question is very, very pregnant. But let me try to unpack what I can unpack in the little time we have together. It is true that the Honorable Minister said that yesterday, and maybe that's a gleam of hope if he does, if what he said does come to pass, that this bill is presented before Parliament at some point. So when you look at the current National Transitional Justice Policy of 2019, you can see that it's a stark departure from the initial drafts that we started discussing in 2006. In the policy as it is now, you can see that there were subtle deductions. There were things which were removed strategically, which were not always part of the discussions from when we began discussing this policy, all the way back from the Juba Peace Talks in 2006 until when it was passed by Cabinet in 2019. One of the things you'll quickly note is that in the beginning of these discussions, there was always room for victims and survivors to participate, civil society to be involved. But along the way, the government, I think, took a position of not wanting the opinions of these other parties. So the eventual policy that was passed, for example, removed the words truth-seeking or truth commission. When you see the policy now, it is a real meltdown of what was discussed over the years, because people expected, the victims and survivors expected a forum where they'll have an opportunity to share their truth, to share their experiences of conflict, but that has been replaced with nation building, which sounds very fancy but very vague at the same time, because nation building can include many things, but it's still better than nothing. So secondly, this policy, accessing it now is very difficult. A few years ago, you could find it on the internet. Right now, if you do a quick Google search, you realize it's no longer available online. Even when you found it online, what had been uploaded was a scan copy. So it was very heavy, and for most Ugandans who don't have access to quick and reliable internet, getting a hold of this policy was a miracle. Secondly, this policy is only in the English language, but the people it is meant to serve, most of them didn't have all these opportunities to go to school, to learn English, and the policy still remains something that is up there for the elites, yet the people who it's meant to benefit haven't had an opportunity to understand it or to go deeper into knowing the various nuances therein. Indeed, the policy is suffering currently, like many other good policies in this country. It has been put on the shelf. When you get it out and you read it, it sounds very good academically. It sounds like it's very ambitious. But there is no implementation roadmap, no implementation plan. So it remains likely to suffer the fate of many others unless we start seeing some practical, concrete steps being taken, like what the minister said yesterday, that he intends that this is tabled before Parliament. And if as civil society we can rally around him and support him for that to become a reality, then maybe we could go a long way to helping victims and survivors of conflict. The policy has some positive elements to it. For example, there are aspirations to provide reparations, which is very welcome for survivors and victims of war. Because most of the time what happens is that when the electoral years have come closer, you'll see in the newspapers that this political leader went to visit these survivors of this conflict or these victims and gave them a sack of money, like 200 million, you throw money at them. But then that never addresses the root causes or the root pains that survivors and victims of conflict have. The policy also promises to have some sort of conditional amnesty. Of course, that is a very welcome addition to the policy, because if that is implemented, then maybe the impunity gap will be reduced, because in the work that we do with communities and survivors, one of the things that hurt the victims the most is to see people who were perpetrators or people who committed these crimes living freely in society, moving around and about, getting some sort of assistance from the Amnesty Commission, but the victims themselves have been left to the fringes of society, not acknowledged, not recognized. Some of them fall in categories which are not yet even legally defined in Uganda. For example, we have what we call the children born of conflict-related sexual violence. And these are people who can't even access national identity cards now. Because when you go to apply for a national identity card, they'll ask you questions about your parentage. Who was your father? Who was your mother? And given the circumstances under which some of these people were born, it becomes hard to provide that information. So they have almost become sort of invincible in our society. So there's a lot that the policy has, there's a lot of room for improvement in order to ensure that it meets the aspirations of victims and survivors of conflict. So for now, that's what we'll say about the policy. There's room for improvement.
Thank you, Jesse. I'd like to come back to you, Rose. Still looking at the role of Parliament in legislation. In the judgment, in the case of constitutional petition case of Andrew Karamaji and Robert Shaka versus Attorney General, Justice Kenneth Kakuru, may God rest his soul in peace, had some unkind words to Parliament regarding the use of vague legislation, how he termed it. And he noted that it may harm the innocent by failing to warn of the offense, and that vague laws would encourage arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement. He added, and I want to quote verbatim, that laws are usually found void for vagueness. And we've noted that some of that vagueness has even continued even in the 11th Parliament. I'm mindful of the laws of sub judice, and I know I represent Chapter 4 and other petitioners in challenging the Constitutional Computer Misuse Amendment Act. However, in that Computer Misuse Amendment Act, there is an offense of unauthorized communication, which means that for every person to send, it can have the effect of that meaning. To send communication to my phone, I have to authorize it. If Mr. Kamadi here sends me a message, which I have not authorized him to send me, it's called unsolicited information, I can institute a criminal case. What are your views on Parliament regarding the issues of vague legislation? And what do you think, how dangerous are such laws that come out of Parliament or sections on the increasing use of vague phrases when they are legislating and enacting laws?
I think this speaks to the current state of rule of law within our country, where, again, I was talking about the immersion and they want to control. And in order to control, you have to be as vague as possible so that you leave a lot of wiggle room for yourself to interpret a section to benefit you. And that's what happens when there is lack of clarity in law. When you talk about rule of law, very many people, when you ask them what is rule of law, they'll just look at you and say, oh, we need to be guided by law. But there are principles that actually govern what rule of law means. And I had written them down. I may read some of them. The first one is that all people must be accountable under the law. And it's not just the people who you're seeking to govern, but also those who are doing the governing. They must be accountable under these systems. But you'll find that most of the laws that are being passed are placing caveats on those who are being governed or those who are being affected by these laws, but the institutions, the enforcement mechanisms do not have a similar accountable mechanism, which makes it difficult to have a 360-degree analysis of what their work is supposed to do. That's why you find UPDF cars or police vehicles or even government vehicles running rampage on our roads, but traffic officers will never stop them. They'll even knock down and kill people, but they'll never be held to account because somehow they seem to be above the law. The second one is that all laws must be publicly announced. And we have a problem with that right now. There is a bill that is supposed to be tabled. It's called the Assisted Reproductive Technologies Bill. I deal a lot with women's rights, but if you try to look for this bill right now, I can assure you it's as if it is a state secret. Like, this is a bill that is coming up for discussion by the general public, and we who are within the reproductive age would like to see what our options are and maybe engage the state on it. But most of these policies cannot be found. When you request for them, they are not being given to you. And this level of secrecy and need to know, you don't understand where it's coming from. The other one is there must be supremacy of law. Right now we have supremacy of individuals, not laws. Laws are written, but it's always the words of individuals that are taken into account. We have a policy, an adolescent health policy, which allows for the provision of contraceptives for people who are sexually active if they are below the age of 18. But the Minister of Health came up and said, we do not provide contraceptives to people who are below the age of 18. And suddenly Howard took supremacy over what is within policy. So you ask, who is the law? Is it the person, or is it what is written on our legislature or in our books of laws? Again, all of us must be equal before the law. This is something that we all struggle with, because if you have money, you're somehow more equal before the law. If you are a man, in many instances, you are more equal before the law. I will take you back to the case of Aboneka, where a court said that it is okay to establish consent of a woman to marry through her parents, but not for a man. And you ask, but our constitution says that women and men are equal before the law. What is our judiciary deciding when it comes for women? So now me as a woman who is old enough to make a decision to marry, I have to go back to my father and ask him for a letter of consent before I can get married to a husband who I found for myself. Not even my father helped me. And you wonder, where are we going as a country? The other thing is that laws must be applied fairly, and that there must be a clear and distinct separation of power. We are suffering in that regard in this country. We are seeing the executive giving orders to the legislature, where our president comes and sits in this room as our parliament is casting ballots, and you're wondering, where is the separation of power in all this? But above all, there has to be meaningful participation. And this meaningful participation is because we recognize the power imbalances between those who have proximity to power. And we know who they are. They are usually male, they are usually heterosexual, they are usually adults, probably above 30. They have access to resources. And these are the people who wield power, who have access to resources. And they end up ultimately being the decision makers of this country. As once in a space where a group of men decided to sit and determine access to maternal health services for women. And they were all seated there and telling us, we are doctors, we are gynecologists, we know much about maternal health. And I'm wondering, but have you ever produced a child? Have you ever grown one in your womb for 9 months? Have you ever birthed one? What gives you the audacity to make decisions that affects the lives of people whose experiences you have never shared, whose shoes you have never walked a mile in? So for me, that gives me a bit of an iffy. So in terms of the vagueness of the law, it will never go away as long as we do not have rule of law in this country. Because right now, as I already stated earlier, we are legislating to protect state ideology, to protect religious ideology. And why does the state want to protect religion? Because religion has the numbers. People are always going to church to pray for riches. They are going to church to pray for wealth, husbands, to pray for protection over their children, because the state has failed to put in place social protections for their people. We are crying. If a woman gives birth and she doesn't have a family and she doesn't have a job, why don't you extend a check per month to support her and her child? If people are living with disabilities, where are the social protections to ensure that they have access to incomes? If I have a family and I lose a job, and you all know today you're employed, tomorrow you're not, but issues to do with social protection are not covered simply because we want to protect power. We don't want to protect people. And that is a very, very sad situation.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you for those thoughts. Friends, before I open it up to the floor, that applause is meant for you. I would like to ask a question, but we'll take 1 minute each in answering. And I'll begin with you, Honorable Leandro. You've done a lot of work on the National Gate Bill, like you've already shared. And I know the board chair of LASPNet, Emeritus. We've sat in several meetings with you, even in the 10th Parliament, pushing. You've already mentioned some of the hiccups you faced along this road. What, in your opinion, do you think would stop Parliament from prioritizing a bill which has possibly a potential of reaching a number of people, because legal aid bill is about government putting representation to a number of legal representation to a number of people. Why do you think Parliament wouldn't see this as a priority, in your opinion? We have laws, even yesterday, I think they passed the Petrol Amendment Act, which have been passed very hurriedly. We have one where the Speaker, when he was giving leave to a private member to go and draft a bill, and said, I need this law passed in 3 weeks. So what do you think stops Parliament from prioritizing laws which we think have an impact on a huge number of people? Just in 1 minute.
Yeah, I think, moderator, it is very clear that our advocacy capacity in Parliament, outside Parliament, I think is very, very dim. Because in this country, until you keep alerting leaders, they may not on their own take this initiative. So for me, the responsibility remains in Parliament, because the rules of procedure of Parliament is very clear. You can either raise a matter of national importance, you can ask questions, you can even give a briefing to Parliament, which you can be accorded even 30 minutes to 1 hour. So I have not seen all this exhausted. So at the end of the day, unless you raise these issues, our memory capacity in this country seems to have a big problem. Once it is 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, it is gone. So I think we should have a number of people that should keep steady that house on reminding the Speaker or any presiding officer or even committees that are responsible to really get this done. So I think this is where, when we live here, possibly this could be a new course of action. That can we petition Parliament, the civil societies that are here? It is your role. Petition the Speaker. It has taken this long. Committees are playing around with these bills. And time is going. We need it now. So all this should be new strategies that we should employ to ensure that this is done. Actually, when I remember seeing Councillor Yona here, I think he has walked out. He's one of those who quietly, really, we worked with them, DPI and the team from entire Human Rights Defenders. We had meetings almost every 4 days for the Human Rights Defenders and Protection Bill. Every time we had an opportunity to meet. But now, if you do not have such things that keep everybody on their toes, then it becomes very difficult. So this is a challenge to all, because these laws are for Ugandans. They are very important. We should not wait and say, until you go to Parliament, that's when you should do it. It is important at this stage to be very active citizens to do it. For example, I have just seen Comrade Kabushenga here. How many farmers are invited to come and attend these things? Because he's an active citizen. Regardless of whether he's in Rukungiri or he's in Kampala, he's invited because he's an agent to push certain agendas by talking. So I urge all of you to be active citizens. Don't wait to refer to the Constitution. The civic responsibilities of a citizen is there in the Constitution. But how many of us respond to those responsibilities that the Constitution commands us to do as citizens? So the ball is in our court.
Thank you, Honorable Leandro, on emphasizing the civic responsibilities. Possibly that's why Comrade Kabushenga, on his way to the peak of Mount Kilimanjaro, has passed by to do his civic responsibility. Jesse, I also want to ask you a quick 1 minute question. You are doing a lot of work at the ICTJ in advancing transitional justice in Uganda. And yesterday, Honorable Mao, Honorable Professor Sylvia Tamale were talking about that, whether these modern systems work for us. Because we know that traditional justice systems are about truth-telling, about right to truth, reparations. How do you think Parliament can come in supporting transitional justice in Uganda? Just 1 minute.
Thank you, Council. Parliament has a legislative role in terms of passing legislation, which is a reflection of the views of the citizens. Indeed, you have rightly noted the traditional justice mechanisms are very relevant, of course, with amendments to ensure that they comply to the human rights standards of the day. But Parliament has the opportunity, and they shouldn't shy away from it, to pass the Transitional Justice Bill when it's presented. In fact, Parliament has passed legislation governing cultural leaders, but in passing that legislation, they did not consider the role of cultural leaders in access to justice. So there's a window that was missed there. The Witness Protection Bill is still one of those pieces of legislation that has been long overdue. We are having trials which are taking too long because sometimes the nature of international criminal trials is that witnesses have to be protected, which is not common in our traditional legal system. So Parliament has a role to do that. But then they also have a role to distribute resources, the national cake, as you'd say. So the portion that the judiciary has been receiving has not been probably sufficient to enable the judiciary to do its work. An example is the current case of Thomas Koyelo, which is still ongoing. Can you imagine someone being on trial for more than a decade? This is almost like an academic trial, losing the sense of justice, because every time the trial starts, after a short while, the session ends, no money, then you don't know when the trial will come back again. That's how someone is languishing in prison for more than 10 years, and then we're wondering what kind of justice are we carrying out? So Parliament has that mandate, those two issues, but we have not done much on the traditional justice yet. If it is put in law, there are elements of traditional justice that are very useful, which these Western neoliberal systems will not bring us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Rose, a 1-minute question, personal as well. I know you did a lot of great work at Sehud in advancing the right to health care through litigation. How would you rate Parliament's performance on legislating for basic human rights, like especially health care, recognition of basic maternal health services, sexuality information, regulating fees in private health facilities in emergencies? How would you rate Parliament's performance in that direction?
I think I already rated Parliament, and my rating shall not change. The struggle that we have with sexual and reproductive health and rights is that these are rights that affect or impact people within the private spaces of their lives. And we are struggling as a country to adopt some of the inherent principles of human rights. Principles like human rights are inherent, that they apply to all. Human rights are inalienable, you can't take them away. Human rights are universal. So we want to say that we have adopted a value system of human rights, but we want to pick and choose who is deserving of human rights. We're like, oh yes, you, Rose, you are educated, you have a bit of money, you have a job, therefore you're more deserving of human rights than this woman who has no education, who has no access to money, or maybe who cannot even speak English. So we are picking and choosing who is deserving of human rights, and that is the problem that sexual and reproductive health and rights is suffering right now. Of course, over and above the imposed ideologies of religion, our need to encompass and to put forward or to entrench the nuclear heteronormative family, which means that everyone else lives on the peripheries. If I'm single, I have no husband, I have no place in society. If I'm a woman and I haven't given birth, I have no place in society. If I am gay, woe unto you, maybe I will be executed tomorrow. You know, we pick and choose because people do not align with particular religious ideologies. So, as I had already said, even with sexual reproductive health and rights, we are trying to legislate in order to protect religious and state ideologies and not to protect the most marginalized in society so that they can live dignified lives just like everyone else. So all the bills that have been brought or tabled on sexual reproductive health and rights have failed. They passed the National Sexuality Education Framework, they have failed to implement it. They are still trying to pass the sexual reproductive health policy. Up to now, nothing has happened to it. Our assisted reproductive technologies bill, nothing. Marriage bill, the marriage and divorce bill, women have cried 10 years going on. Right now, Sarah Opendi is tabling it, but the bill she's tabling before Parliament is serving to even further make women vulnerable within it, instead of liberating them. Yet we are seeking for liberation through the bill, not for further subjugation. So when it comes to issues of women, issues of marginalized communities, I think as a country we just don't care. We don't care to give them a space at the decision-making table. We don't care to give them part of the cake of the national pie. Instead of increasing the health budget, we are instead decreasing it. It is just a complete total mess, largely because as a country, we just don't care for the most marginalized. We only care that we are living according to the Bible, according to the Quran, and that's all that matters to us. Whether people are suffering, it's none of our business. Whether we are walking in potholes, people are drowning in mud puddles, we don't care. All we care about is that we are protecting state ideology and religious ideology.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, panelists, friends. We have a couple of minutes. I could take 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, the first 5 questions. The first gentleman, there are 3 gentlemen, the lady, and Paul at the back. I think we shall take questions, comments. Those are the 5, and then we wrap this up. Anyone helping me the microphone? Yes. Arthur, him first. Yes, yes. Then Bosco, then the gentleman, then Waswa at the end.
Thank you very much. My name is Ronald from West Nile. I want to pick on the question of the role of Parliament in legislation. Particularly, I want to pick from Rose, where she left. In your earlier submission, there was the question of legislating for who. The reason why she rated Parliament 0 is that even if they made hundreds of laws, so long as the laws are not meant to protect the marginalized, okay, the right population, then it is worthless. Now, there is a notion I wanted to bring out. There used to be some famous professor of political science in this country. You may recall his name, Professor Kajabago. We used to learn from them online and other things. He talks about 2 classes in society, summarizing all what we say: the ruling class and the ruled class. I want us to pick a lesson from there, if it can make sense. See that the ruling class will do everything possible on earth to ensure the ruled class remain where they are, and they work to support the objective of the ruling class. And we know where we belong. You are either in the ruling class or in the ruled class. Now, when we go to legislation, they say the ruling class will do everything possible to make sure legislation is meant to support and entrench the socio-economic and political objectives of the ruling class. And apparently that's now what we are seeing, if I can pick from Rose very well. Because even if you talk about separation of powers, but there seem to be central power. Maybe there is a bit of checks and balance, but not necessarily separation of powers. Because there is no absolute powers within like the 3 arms of government, but there seems to be one arm which has more of absolute power. And that might be the ruling class themselves. Now, if that is true, let's take it to Parliament. What Parliament is doing. When Parliament legislates, do they have time to come back and evaluate what they legislated, whether it's achieving the objective of the law? Let me quote one law that offended me as a person for a long time and our society.
As you end up, Ronald, as you end up.
Okay. National Forest and Tree Planting Act, 2003, established the NFA. There used to be the largest artificial forest in Uganda, and it was in West Nile, in Zombo district per se. Over 4,000 hectares of land. This law empowered NFA to come and destroy, let me use the word, through concession. They cut down every bit of tree. They had promised that they will replant, 20 years down the road, only about 1/3. And the effect on the society there is enormous. Today, when you hear people in Zombo, people are burning houses daily, it appears in newspaper, but you don't know where it came from. Now, the rainfall patterns have changed. The amount of disease because of the rising temperature, people are moving to where they can go and get better land. Now, people are killing themselves, but it started with the legislation, and nothing is being done about it. So, for whom does this parliament legislate? And is this notion true? Maybe you can help us
Yes.
demystify this notion,
Thank you.
whether there is only the ruling class and the ruled class,
Thank you,
so
thank
that
you.
we know where we belong.
Thank you, Ronald. Pass the microphone to Bosco. Please let's try to keep it brief. People will think that if we become president, we shall not leave power. If we don't leave.
I'm Benson, and I think my rating for Parliament is 11%. This is the most powerful constitutional government, Parliament in the region. It is the only organ that can discipline a sitting president. You know it under Article 107. It can make laws without recourse to the presidency. It virtually approves every presidential appointment apart from RDCs. But why is it not performing? I think my insight is two things. One is the quality of parliamentary leadership and MPs. The late Olanya cried about it. Look at the MPs we have, for God's sake. Some are battling with the issues of legitimacy. Honorable Leader just told us, a person who rigged his way through, he can't even go back to the constituency to consult them. In our region, we have MPs who cannot even come back to Teso. Even when they come, they sneak in the evening and disappear. Now, how do you expect them to legislate for ourselves? So, the quality of our MPs, I decry. I join, may his soul rest in peace, Olanya. I think he saw it before we saw. So that is to me. Now you have a leadership. If two MPs quarrel over social media, it becomes a critical matter in the order paper in Parliament. The next day, everything is running around. Are you seeing that? So, Ross and Leander, however much we cry, as long as the type of MPs and the leadership we have. The second issue is we are battling under the weight of a revolutionary outfit and posture. Now, like I was telling somebody that if I say I'm a Muslim, please, before you engage me, understand what I believe in. When somebody says I'm a revolutionary, this is a revolutionary organization, what does it mean? And this is where we are lacking understanding. There are about 4 things revolutionaries believe. One, in a revolutionary outfit, a leader is supreme. He's a supreme, not even your law. Every other thing is that just to fit his interest. It's the only vision bearer. Whether you go to Cuba, whether you go to North Korea, the laws are there to serve and further the interest and bolster the control.
Benson, as you wind up.
So that's the thing. So I think until we understand this, there's a triangle of control. They believe in politics. You must control politics, resources, and the security apparatus. That's why Leander stuff. So until we grasp the meaning of a revolution and what it stands, all of the things you are talking of will always be shocking us. And I think that's what amazes me with the Ugandans.
Thank you, Benson. There was someone, but let's go with the first 5 hands we identified. There was someone behind you. There was Paul at the back, and then now, of course, I'll take the lady, since there's no other lady who's, we are.
Thank you so much, moderator. I'm Canon Joyce Nema, those who were not here yesterday. I have only 2 issues. One is to support the call of the Minister for a national dialogue. And this national dialogue should not just be about politics. We have a national dialogue on our values. We need national dialogue on our cultures. And all these challenges we are meeting of laws being passed which are ignored is a result of the fact that some of those laws are not a product of national dialogue. The marriage and the divorce bill was one of them. There was no national dialogue. This bill came, it went to parliament, it was lobbied, it was passed. But there was no national dialogue on the issue. We started dialoguing after the bill had been presented. So we need a national dialogue so that we also have some minimum accepted values which we talked about yesterday. If everybody comes with their values, then they say, my value is not in the law, but so and so's value is being protected. That's counterproductive. We need a national dialogue to include the minimum values we are going to adopt as a country. Point 2.
Very briefly.
This transitional justice policy and bill needs to come, as it says, justice, peace, and then societies. The gap which we have been battling with since 2005 is that we have no framework for peace building in the country. There is no national peace policy. We have been lobbying this. Leandro has been with us and a few other people in this room. The peace policy would have a section of where transitional justice comes. It would have a conflict early warning system. It would have systems for managing conflicts peacefully, and it would have the transitional justice and a post-conflict management. And this is provided for in the 1995 Constitution, principle, I think, 4, where it says Parliament will enact laws and frameworks for resolving conflicts peacefully and fairly.
Thank you.
We have not reached there. Until we get there, even the transitional justice will hang in the air. It may be passed, but it will hang in the air. So we need together to lobby for the enactment of a national peace policy.
Thank you so much. Let's have Paul at the back. Paul, keep it under 1 minute. I'm already out of time. Yes, Arthur will come. Please, whoever is, let's keep it under 1 minute. Paul, I know you're capable of speaking, making your point in less words. Paul is at the back. He put up his hand. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. The biggest thing I want to comment on is not the quality of the laws, but the nature of enforcement of the laws that we have today. Some laws that we have today are purely passed to target people. You have specific laws, for example, which are meant to target civil society organizations. The civic space is shrinking. But even as the civic space shrinks, you're still having more laws, more policies being passed by our parliament. I think we need to discuss about these laws. Because there is no way we can say that we're advocating for an operating environment within which CSOs are meant to operate in. And we continue to have laws that stiff for their operations. We have, just imagine, if you want to open up a CSO in Uganda, you need to get a letter from the LOC, then you go to sub-county, then you go to district, then you go to COW, then after COW you go to your MP. Your MP also recommends, I'm kidding about the MP, but just imagine. Then you go to the NGO steering committee, then you go to the board, then they give you what? Now you have to file before FIA, then you have to go to Bank of Uganda somewhere, I think. A lot of things. But what's the problem? All these are created by laws. So I think we need to have a discussion on, first of all, our laws as they are, but also the nature of enforcement of those laws. I think everyone is being affected by the laws. Laws, especially which are passed to cripple. I think we need to have a further critical reflection on that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Arthur is allowing me, but please let's keep it under 1 minute. We shall go with you, and end with you.
Good morning, and I appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Moderator. My name is Isaac Kwagala. I work with Greendale. I'm the program associate for legal. Now, upon a proper reading of Article 79, which spells out the mandate of Parliament, one reaches the inescapable conclusion that that mandate is precise but comprehensive. What is rather disappointing is that our legislature tends to focus on the political aspects of that mandate and entirely neglect all the other aspects. I want to direct my question to Honorable Komakech. Issues like climate justice, issues like human rights, issues like social, economic, cultural rights, and the general well-being of Ugandans have been consistently neglected by Parliament. What is, drawing from your practical and unique experience as a legislator, what can you tell the young generation of this country, and what strategies can they employ to redress this recurrent and persistent challenge in our legislative processes? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give it to the gentleman in the checkered shirt, the last one on this side, then we take the three on this side. Kindly, as brief as that. We are talking about inclusivity, so let me include. Yes, just very briefly.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's not just a question that I have, but an observation. My name is Dr. Howard Ayo. On the rule of law, the concept of inclusivity, I would have expected a discussion to touch on other stakeholders, especially business enterprises. My expert area is in business and human rights. Now, when we are legislating for natural persons, we need to be looking at the scope beyond natural persons, and those are the legal, those which are created by the existing laws. And I have trouble when it comes to the rule of law in Uganda. Last week, I made a presentation at the Symposium for Business and Human Rights, and I highlighted 4 critical areas or foundational areas that needs to be improved. And that is the Companies Act. It doesn't go far enough when we start to discuss issues of business and human rights, yet it has a component of peace or contributing to peace. The Investment Code Act, the National Environment Act, and the Land Act. So if you're talking of legislating for a just and peaceful and inclusive societies, please, you need to look broadly when it comes to the scope of legislating for legal persons, because we have issues around that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Let's have the three. Bosco, him, my brother, and then we shall end with the lady on this table. Yes, just very briefly. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm Moses Rochaza from Soga Sub-Region. We've had several speakers rating the Parliament from 30 to 0. But the question is, who elects members of Parliament? It is us who are seated in this hall. As civil society, what have we done? Because as civil society, we have to go to the people, give civic education. Can you imagine that the people of Gulu municipality now, throughout Honorable Komakech, who is a resourceful person, who even brought a bill that connects to them, but they decided not to do that. So who is to blame at the end of the day? The quality of members of Parliament are squarely also part of our blame. I
thank you, Moses. Keep it brief, my brother. Very, very brief. My time is up.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Brighton Abaho. I work with education, with Equality Mission Uganda. My question goes to Honorable Leandro Komakech. How entrenched is the doctrine of post-legislative scrutiny in our Parliament towards legislation? Because post-legislative scrutiny has proved worldwide as one of the things that, one of the aspects that we can use to evaluate the laws that we actually legislate for the citizens. how is it entrenched? I am asking based on your experience as a former legislator in a parliamentary process. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Lastly, but certainly not least,
Thank you so much. I'm Winfred Mugamba from Rights for Uganda. Like Moses said, yes, to me, the member of parliament representing us are lacking. We are looking at legislating for just peaceful, inclusive societies. In this room, most of us, we love so much the peacefulness. We love peaceful societies. But if we are asked, how many of us really love the just and inclusive society? It will be as per our definitions, what we look at just or inclusive. We want peaceful societies, but not ready to be inclusive and just to the diversity of the people in the society. And yet we are the people electing the member of parliament who are lacking. Yes? Where does that leave the country and the citizens? If even us who are in this room, we are not ready to embrace diversity. We talk about norms, we talk about culture, we talk about the laws, we talk about the consultations, and yet we ourselves are not inclusive and just. And we are talking about this topic. I even expected them to tell us, to them, according to them, what are they discussing? What is being just to them? What is being inclusive to them? Until we speak to ourselves as we preach to others, even as we want a perfect parliament, a perfect house, we will still have products of what we have within us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to the panel. Thank you so much, audience. We have just 3 minutes to go. Honorable Yanda, I'll start with you. You have 2 direct questions. Kindly, in just 1 minute.
Moderator,
Even
I'm
MPs now receive less than 1 minute. So
the discussion may get from here out. I think I start with the lady who has thrown a bombshell on us. I think she's talking about just and inclusive. You said we have not handled it. So I think our perimeter of this discussion has been around what I will call, for real legislative seriousness, human rights protection. I think we have highlighted here, I talked about some of the bills we pushed and many others that have been amended. 2, access to justice. I think I raised some of the issues on our legal system and its accessibility and how we can ensure that if you have a national legal aid bill, you're addressing many issues. 3, on the issue of social equality. I think here you have seen that when you look at some of our social equality and reduction of income disparities, you have seen the Equal Opportunities Commission coming out with a report for the first time since independence, a government agency giving the disparity of incomes based on employment. And I think those are good moves towards improving our legislation in future. You have seen in the areas of education. I think for those who used to listen to Capital Gang, Comrade Kapushenga here, they had a lot of discussion on issues of education. Today, if you look at the traditional schools that used to be at the core of many things, traditional schools are no longer producing national citizens. Private schools have overwhelmed traditional schools. It is now very difficult to come from Kabale to go and study in Kitgum I, to come from Kitgum I to go and study in Butobere. Now you have local leaders who become national leaders because of the way education is. And then we talked about conflict resolution. I think here you have heard about the Transitional Justice Bill and many things. So I think we have, in a way, been addressing this, much as we have not been very explicit to say, now this is this, now this is this. And then to go to...
Very briefly, Arthur is evicting us without a court order.
To go to the issues of Canon Joyce on the issue of dialogue, TG and peace policy. I think this is our responsibility as civil society to keep pushing agendas. We don't need, because that parliament is not for members of parliament. It is for the people of Uganda. There are those even who fear checking at the gate. It is a national parliament. Those who are there are our representatives, but we are the ones who sent them. So if you need to petition them to do what you want, you go in there. But many of us, when they see police presence at the gate of parliament, say this is not accessible to the public. The public are the people. So please let us utilize our responsibilities and make sure some of these issues we raise here, we accomplish them. And then the issue of our civic space is shrinking. We need to become innovative. How do we become innovative? Let us identify all constituencies in Uganda. 2026, as civil society, as whoever, who are the types that we need in that parliament? This civic space will depend on the capacity of parliament to deliver. But as long as we leave space for the executive to be relaxed, then the civic space will be narrow.
Thank you.
We must keep everybody on their toes. Then this civic space we are talking about will what? Widen. And then
lastly,
is on Dr. Howard. He raised the issues of economic rights. I think it is economic rights when you look at it from that perspective. I think in this country, this is one of the areas we have neglected a lot. We talked of first generation rights, second generation, third. In the Constitution of South Africa, they have even entrenched economic rights. And these are the areas we need to look at in terms of improvement. While we move towards revising the Constitution, can we begin to pull economic rights as an entrenched provision in the Constitution? That will sort out so many of these issues. And then lastly, post-legislative scrutiny by Agabo. I think here we have Parliamentary Watch, we have Africa Leadership Institute that has been trying to check on performance and number of bills, the quality and everything else. But I think post-legislative scrutiny should rest on the citizens by looking at the capacity of that parliament and the types of representative, and then review those who should be coming in the next election. And I think if we don't do this, the issue of quality will remain a problem, and yet in terms of our capacity to go to school, many have gone to school. But why is it that a member of parliament even fails to read what he or she has written? You have seen of recent, a member of parliament failing to read what either has been written to her, to him. And this is amazing, 21st century.
Thank you.
So we have many things we need to push, but I urge civil society, let us be pro-people, let us move hard, strong, and among you, you should also sacrifice to come out. Don't be saying, no, for me, I'm in civil. I'll remain civil. Let's get out into where the risk is highest. I was in Central African Republic, facilitating the return of LRA. I was in the bush for 1 month. We came out with all the LRA fighters from Central Africa. It is a risk. I went there without any insurance. But we have brought all the fighters back home.
Thank
So
you.
it's about risk.
Thank you, Honorable Leandro. Jesse, in 30 seconds, thank you for lending your other 30 seconds to Honorable. Just 30 seconds.
I'll comment on what Winfred shared, that a just, peaceful, and inclusive society is possible, but I think the responsibility is with each one of us. How are you treating your neighbor? Before you see them with a mask or with a certain theme, remember that they're first a human being before any other factor that you see. I'll end with this quote. There's a paper on the internet called The Chicken and the Egg, What Came First? An old paper by Professor Joanna Quinn. You go read that article between the chicken and the egg, because you need peace and justice. You can't say we want justice but we don't want peace. We need all of them the same way you need the chicken and the egg. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Rose, finally.
I think I'll just comment on two things. The first is on the quality of MPs. I think for them to perform, it comes hand in hand with them having power. But in our current parliament, I don't think our MPs have actual power to effect change. Most of their power has been usurped by their political parties, in that they have to toe the line of the political party. So when you're in such a position, you have very limited autonomy on the decisions that you make. So you're left with nothing but to quarrel over social media posts, because all the important decisions have already been made for you. That would be my comment. The other is, when someone said we are the ones who elect our leaders, are we really the ones who elect our leaders? I am an ardent voter. I have some years under my belt and I've voted several times. But from the reports that come out of all our elections, I want to argue that we are actually not the ones who elect our leaders. And I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Maybe Rose's candidates keep on losing, but we apologize. Friends, thank you for attending to us. Back to you, Arthur. I thank you, audience.
Friends, let's appreciate a panel that is in close proximity to power, but here to discuss. Is that appreciating them? Or let's appreciate them for their time. And I'm going to request us just rise up for just 2-3 seconds. It's healthy for you to get up. Allow the blood to flow, lest we develop some. And as we do this, Sandra, make your way right here. We are trying to redeem time, Sandra. Let's welcome Sandra. Sandra, until she gets here, keep clapping. So that she's. Keep clapping for Sandra, yes. You can now take your seats. I'm sure she will reward me for this. I appreciate it. Sandra, take your seat. Our friends, if we do not get the access to justice legal framework for all right, then we are not. Number 2, if we do not get the transitional justice quest legal environment right, then we are not. And lastly, if we do not get the pain of the most marginalized in society right, then we are not. I'll borrow the words of David Mpanga, who says, until we all develop a central nervous system. Let's welcome Sandra. And Sandra has a panel to run. Sandra, over to you. And Sandra, you have strictly 1 hour.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Arthur. Come. Thank you very much, Arthur. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Ahamia from Chapter for Uganda. I have the pleasure to moderate a panel this morning that is going to discuss digital I have a pleasure this morning to moderate the panel that is going to discuss the topic, defending rights in the new digital age, opportunities and challenges. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the panelists, the distinguished Robert Kaushenga to the panel this morning. I've been informed that Robert has stepped out, but he's coming. So I'll join me, welcome Associate Professor Jimmy Spire Sentongo to the panel. Allow me welcome Godwin Toko, an activist and lawyer, Rastafarian, to the panel. And Ms. Mercy Munduru Grace, who is a lawyer and activist working with Action Aid International.
Check.
So our time is fast spent. We shall dive right into it. Defending rights in the new digital age. We have previously, which is not very months ago, seen exhibitions on Twitter, which now is referred to as X,
where the people that are on this panel are mostly active. It's part of their other life that they're active. They are active in very many aspects, but that's one of the other spaces they're active in. But it also speaks to the new digital age. So to my panel, I'd like to start with a general question to all of us. We have the concern of the promise and peril issues such as accessibility, privacy, and discrimination, which are a big concern, considering the Data Protection and Privacy Act, the Computer Misuse Act. And also, don't forget, you keep in mind that at the heat of the 2021 elections, social media was shut down. We had issues to do with social media tax, where we saw Bobby Wine and his friends take to the streets. What are your views on internet penetration, privacy rights, and safe space for us as Ugandans in organizing to challenge bad governance, and also raise issues to do with bettering our leadership? I'll start with you, Robert.
No, actually, the person who should start is Spire, because he's the one who put us in all of this. So Spire, with his mineral water bottle, actually, you have the wrong mineral water bottle with him. So it's just, so I'll save Spire the trouble. So one of the reasons I'm walking up and down is because Spire told all people I owe money that I am going to Mount Kilimanjaro and therefore I should pay them before I leave. So one of them is actually camped outside. So that's the reason why. Very quickly, with your kind acceptance, at exactly midday I will leave, regardless of what's happening, because my mode of transport will be ready to take me to begin the trek. I think I'm just going to say to you from my experience that I think you guys worry about the wrong things. And you spend so much time discussing legislation, who did what, how will the law be used, privacy. The best way to find out is do it. So we should be spending more time discussing how to organize in the age of new technology. And I'm really glad that you have at least two people I know. I don't know Munduru very well, so I don't want to say very much, but I know Toko and I know Sentongo. Regardless of all these laws, they've organized the use of technology. And I remember saying it, and I had all sorts of noise in response. And I said, it's incredible that in the age where knowledge is so prevalent, people are so ignorant. I said, there is one thing that Spire did with his potholes. He showed the rest of the public a safe way in which, a safe and very cheap way in which to participate in civic action. And people laughed thinking that it was meaningless. So I'm going to tell you three stories that for me capture the value of technology. In 2000, when we were doing the Capital Gang, every public individual dismissed us as just talkers on radio. By the election of 2005, there were queues outside every radio station with people trying to get on in order to get their voices heard. By then, it was 5 years too late for anybody who had wanted to make a name or get their messages out. So first of all, they start by dismissing you. And then they realize that actually this is much bigger than they think. So one of the most interesting things I had, and this is for Toko, you may want to learn this. I was attending a workshop like this, and a girl who had done research on PDM cash, we're talking about coffee, but she came to talk about PDM cash. She said, men are lining up to receive PDM cash so they can go and buy a Technophone. Why? Because they want to go on TikTok. Why are they on TikTok? So, the thing that is important, I told you three stories. I'm going to give you the other one. The next one was that everybody, or the accepted conventional wisdom, is that it is the guns and the big political parties that liberated South Africa from apartheid. No, it is not. The people who actually drove apartheid into the ground were the students. But everybody dismissed them as a weak, inconsequential force. One of the things that helped the students was the power of music in mobilizing them and growing their social consciousness. The third one is the story of a country that used to exist but doesn't exist anymore. There's a country called Czechoslovakia. Hans, if you know Czechoslovakia, then I will know how old you are. Yeah. They're my age mates, yeah. Now, Czechoslovakia was under the rule of a dictatorial system, but the way they fought back was through theater and pantomime. And everybody dismissed them. Well, they were able to achieve the liberation of their country, and their first president was actually a playwright. So one of the responses that for me is important is not so much the legislation. It is the attitude of those who are being held accountable by the voices in the digital world. The first is one of arrogance, the second is one of dismissal, and the third is one of panic. And then after that, they try to play catch up, and then they try to buy off people, and so on and so forth. It's a normal reaction. So just, I will say things that people like Godwin, people like Agatha, and many others who have picked up different places. One of the greatest platforms now for what I'm going to tell you is TikTok. And people like Uncle Mo, you dismiss them at your own peril, because what are they doing? One, with these new technologies, they've demonstrated that people can take back agency. The time when media, privately owned or generally controlled media platforms, decided what you should know and hear, is gone. It's finished. People now can speak for themselves and in real time. If you think that I am telling you a lie, look at the responses each time the president posts something, and you can see the kinds of responses. That stuff would never have happened 30 years ago when I was a young man. It never. Not such responses would have even been allowed in the letters page of any newspaper, leave alone on any talk show. So that is significant, because it is demonstrating to many people that with a phone and access to the internet, you have agency. So that's number one. Number two, it is safe. You don't need to go to the streets to be tear gassed and beaten to say what you wanted to say. You just sit in the safety of or you lie in the safety of your bed and make a powerful statement and move on. There is a word for it in Ugandan speak. It's called violence. You move on. So there is that element of safety. The third one for me is that it is what it's doing, and this is what most people miss, is in any struggle, regardless, the most important thing in civic action is for you to raise the level of social consciousness. How you do it doesn't matter, whether it is through song, comedy, art, or direct political statements. What these digital technologies are doing is they're making it possible for societies to conscientize themselves about their reality. And so you really have to fear people like Spire, who you would have ignored before simply because he's hiding in a corner in a university and draws occasional cartoons. Now, before, you see, what was difficult was for people to read. Now people see, people hear, and they form opinions. And you may think that what will happen in 10, 15 years' time from now happened then. The truth is the seeds were sown now. So, please, take heart. What digital technologies have done for you is they've broken down control. They've given you back your agency. They've created for you the opportunity to organize. So stop agonizing.
Thank you, Robert.
And with that, I can run away. I think I have made a powerful pitch for that.
A sure thing you have. A sure thing you have. So I'll go straight to to mercy. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that Robert has said quite a lot of what would have each said. So I'll just say this, that the era in which we're living now, technology is really reshaping the civic space. And there have been examples that have been shared, such as what Spire has done, but also it has introduced new ways of organizing. And for me, the power of technology that we see today in terms of shaping the civic space is a response to something. It is not just happening as it should, but it is response to a system that we're operating under. When the physical space has been restricted, when citizens feel that they are held back in the physical space, they will find alternatives of organizing. And I think the digital space has given citizens an opportunity to create, to innovate, but also to organize differently. And I'll just give an example of something that happened this week. There's quite a number of them. In West Nile, the Uganda Revenue Authority has been shooting and killing smugglers for some time. And in the process of intercepting them, sometimes they end up killing civilians on the streets. And for the longest time, this particular practice has been normalized. And so in the space of 2 weeks, about 3 people were killed. And the last incidents happened, I think, 2 days ago. And it took a tweet and a message for the citizens to quickly organize and call their leaders to order. And under a day, all the leaders traveled to West Nile, sat, met, and made resolutions. First, to stop the operations of URA until their leadership goes to the region and a proper conversation is had, including other other decisions that were made, pro-citizen decisions, that is. And what did that mean for me? That this would not be the same many years ago, where people would think that perhaps physical actions were the only way out of a predicament, that we have found other ways of holding our leaders accountable, taking advantage of the digital space. Robert says that part of this can be attributed to the fact that citizens feel more safer in the digital space, and I must say, yes, they do feel safer. Whether they're actually safe is another conversation. Of course, we know even our laws as they are right now put a lot of power in the hands of enforcers and also government agencies when it comes to how much control they exercise over the digital space. But that is not something that citizens pay so much attention to. For as long as they have an opportunity to voice their opinions, to express themselves, I think I can say that we have moved progressively towards another era of holding our leaders accountable and also for demanding for better. The other is in the sense that there is more responsiveness. Many times when I joined civil society as a young girl, I think most of what we used to do were petitions that would have to physically deliver, call meetings and do all of this. But today, we see the response to citizens' demand more quickly than it was when we were using the conventional ways. And that is also because there is a thin line between the reputation of agencies and institutions and responding to actual needs of citizens. Because guess what? Through the use of cameras and technology, people are able to obtain real-time evidence and document violations. And for in terms of rights, it's very difficult for somebody to deny something that has been captured in real time and put in the public domain. And so what this does is to put rights enforcers in a place of defense. So it's either that you're going to be caught in a lie or you're going to have to acknowledge you're wrong and act immediately. And for me, I think that also contributes to access to justice, because a lot of the people that have been able to receive justice have done so because somebody who was standing by while a violation happened quickly got evidence of that and captured it and was able to safely keep that. But also, for me, it is the innovation that especially young people who have not been keen over the years in terms of taking charge
of their affairs as rights holders find more opportunity to dig into their own level of creativity while participating in most of these civic actions online. And for me, as the panel before was speaking about inclusivity, I think the digital space has opened room for including everybody in conversations, because at the point at which people are having conversations about rights and about other issues, it does not matter who is there. Much as I know there's still a very huge digital divide, I can say that there's a certain level of inclusivity. People are able to have unity of voice on issues, not based on who is saying what. And for me, that is very important, that new leaders are emerging and that new ways of organizing have emerged in the digital space. And when I say that it is reshaping the civic space, that is what I mean: leadership, innovation, but also creative ways of organizing.
Thank you, Mercy. Our time is fast spent. We'll go straight to Toko.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. So what I see with social media in Uganda is that, and I agree with whatever they've said, it's given everyone the space to speak, the space to express themselves, first and foremost. So there's a recently released book called Talkative Polity that does research on Uganda's freedom of expression, Bimeza, and all that history. It shows that we as Ugandans, the government aside, we have this tendency of thinking that certain people ought not to speak. Yeah, it's within us. Many times, the examples, the men will speak, the women will stay outside, the children can't speak. I had someone say that earlier in the earlier panel. So what social media has done basically is to break all those barriers. That I have the same number of words, letters in a tweet as anyone on this panel, and if I'm verified, as many as President Museveni does have. Now, that is something very, very important. Because in a country like Uganda, leaders ought to be reminded all the time. We live in a country where institutions don't normally work. Let me give you an example. Before President Museveni set the Commission of Inquiry into roads, I think in the run-up to it, there was a State of the Nation address, and he said it very casually, that he was going, I think, to West Nile. So he slept in the back of his car, and he says that when it's a long distance and we are driving, I normally take a nap. So he was taking one of his usual naps. Then he said he was woken up by the bad nature of the roads. There were potholes along the road. So that woke him up. Next thing you know, he's announcing a commission of inquiry. So hadn't President Museveni taken that trip, for instance, we probably would have had that bad road for such a long period of time. The commission of inquiry wouldn't have happened, despite the presence of the IGG and all these entities that are meant to check. Now, with social media, you have people that can share real-time information and show that there is a problem. I work for an organization called Agora. Agora is trying to do what people have been saying here, that we need to organize how we use social media to harness and advance these causes. And I work there with my colleague Yaspire. Now, there's a young lady called Lawena who was shot. KCCA and the police in Uganda and the army seem to have this high-handedness. Whenever there is some bit of enforcement, I think a day or so ago they were pushing some encroachers of land and someone was killed. I never get it. Like they always resort to force as a first thing. So this young lady and her mother were going to school, and the young lady was shot. She lost 7 of her teeth. The mother was shot. She was disabled. Now, KCCA promised to compensate them. And it's been years and months since without any sort of compensation. Now, we at Agora say that this is an injustice that we can address. So what we do is that we start saying, let's have this conversation. And you'll be shocked at how many Ugandans are on the go, are willing to wait for such a story and jump on it and say, let's push justice for Lawena. Now, we push such a thing, and we make it very uncomfortable for whoever is in charge. Because our resolution now is that whenever KCCA, whenever the ED, whenever the spokesperson, anyone connected to KCCA tweets or says anything, will fill their comment section with as many cartoons, with as many photos of that lady and the mother as possible to make them get that level of discomfort. Now, when we do such things, many times it gives us the results, which is to our satisfaction, which is a good thing. Because like I said, leaders generally, if they are left in a country like Uganda where institutions barely work to operate on their own, they are going to operate in a way that will push everybody under the bus, crush everybody, and act like they're not seeing the problem. Where I stay, the road is really bad, and there are a lot of ministers who stay there, big people. They will pass on the same potholes every day, and you wonder, do these guys fill these potholes? Probably they don't. But when you keep pushing through the pothole exhibition, you'll get that then they can come into action. And then finally, if you want to know the power of social media, just look at the government of Uganda. I think it's a few years back, maybe 3, maybe 4, maybe 5. The government of Uganda passed an official policy to get as many of its offices online. I just checked, and President Museveni has been on Twitter, I think, since 2010, May 2010. I hope I got that right. But he has as many as 9,100 tweets to his name. For comparison, President Kagame has 3,000 to his name. And President Kagame has been on Twitter longer. So President Museveni has used this tool to communicate. He fired a whole IGP on Twitter and the security minister. Yesterday he was talking about Nsenene diplomacy. The tweet was a bit confusing. He had everything in there. But still, that shows you how much he uses it. Now, if he understands the value and uses it to that extent, today's New Vision headline simply picked a tweet President Museveni made yesterday and put it out there as their headline. Now, if he uses it to that extent, that means that all of us who use social media, if we are organized, like has been said, if we organize ourselves as civil society, we probably have a better chance of getting the leaders to hear us and to be accountable through these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Toko. We'll now hear from Professor Spire.
Yeah, good morning once again. Starting from the other end, I don't think I'm left with much to say. So since everyone has been talking about the power of social media, I'll just demonstrate it instead of talking about it theoretically. But we don't even have to go far to talk, to imagine the power of social media. Someone on the panel made us believe that he's on Mountain Kilimanjaro. Only to see him this morning without socks. Yeah, anyhow, on a more serious note.
Spire, first of all, if any of you has been inconvenienced by traffic in the last 1 week, I want you to clap very loudly for Spire Sentongo. Because if Spire hadn't done what he did with potholes, they would never have fixed them. So these are the kinds of people we're spending time with.
Yeah, thank you. I'm effectively bribed. I will not talk about Kilimanjaro again. Yes, but just to come back to the question, the South African activist and freedom fighter Steve Biko said that the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. The oppressor always wants to show you how great they are, how strong they are up in the skies, and not to help you in any way realize the strength that you have. So I see many of us lamenting that we are powerless, we do not have power to change this or that. In the past about 4-6 months, I don't know how many messages I get on a daily. Almost about, on average, 40 messages every day. And these are messages from Ugandans who are asking you, please talk about this, please tweet about this, even on private matters. Yesterday I got a message of someone asking me to talk about their marital affair. My husband does this, this and this to me. Can you please talk about this matter so that men stop this? And at the end, they always put, please keep me anonymous. And that's what often bothers me. Why does everyone want to be kept anonymous? Even when they are talking about a matter that is relatively basic, a matter that you don't think is harmful, it shows the environment of fear within which we are operating, but also the failure by many to realize the power that they have, how they are being kept in fear, and how that fear, in effect, keeps them where they are. Now, when we were starting the pothole exhibition, I simply called up people. I said, I tweeted, tomorrow we are starting the exhibition, of course, after some preliminary tweets. But how we are going to do it, let's just wait. When KCCA tweets anything, let us overwhelm them with pictures of potholes to make sure that they cannot communicate anything. Whichever message of theirs is filled with these ugly pictures. And this is the first point where I noticed the power, that KCCA that morning did not tweet anything. They effectively kept away from us or from people not showing the potholes. It took up to around midday actually we extended it when we saw that KCCA would ignore us. We said, if any government official tweets anything, let us respond with potholes, with images of potholes. So the first tweet that I saw that day from a government official was from the president. And I was the first to put a picture of a pothole. And this is where I saw others getting the courage as well to follow with other images of potholes. But others would just come to your inbox and they send the pictures there. Even just tweeting a picture of a pothole was a scary idea. So it would shock you that this person, you would imagine they know or they feel it on a daily, that they are being marginalized, that they are being oppressed, or this is unjust, you pay taxes, but they fear just tweeting that. So the spokesperson of KCCA calls me. He didn't really want to be direct or asking me to abandon the idea, but he just tried to explain, you know, this and this is what is going on. We are not entirely responsible. I had never gotten a call from Kasiate, but getting a call just because we were threatening to exhibit potholes shows the power. Then when we move from potholes, and I'm leaving a lot about what happened, the fact that the potholes were discussed in Parliament, the fact that the president ordered some money to be released, whether this was already in plan or not. But when we go to the Ministry of Health, of course, we try to do it in a way that involves people, because you always want people to feel that this is their initiative. It's not an entirely Spire initiative. So Ministry of Health had already started organizing, even before we started tweeting about the health sector. I could get messages, in fact, from the ministry itself, from officials of the ministry telling me that in our WhatsApp groups, we are already organizing, we are being briefed on how to respond to the exhibition. There was a message from Mulago Hospital when the director was trying to brief doctors on what they were supposed to do, make sure there is no congestion in this section, make sure you do this, and try not to be absent. Why would they respond to someone? Because I imagine I'm a mere citizen like any other person. But when they see that this is a voice that brings together voices of so many others, they'll certainly respond. The people that we fear are actually afraid of us the moment that we rise to show them that we know what we deserve. So a few days into the exhibition, the permanent secretary, Dr. Diana Atwine, blocks me. I had never checked her page, so I didn't really know what she was tweeting, but I just went there out of curiosity to see if she was responding to the exhibition, only to find she had blocked me. And I said, okay, you have armed us. This is another weapon on our side. So I bank on that and I tweet, if you do not unblock me, we are going to take the exhibition to another level. We are going to make it personal. And that by the weekend, if you have not done so, we are dedicating the entire weekend to you personally. I was surprised that evening of Friday, she had already unblocked me. Said, who am I to order Dr. Diana Atwine to unblock me? And it happened. I've seen so many subtle messages throughout the exhibitions. In the NGO exhibition, how the NGOs started by panicking, saying, no, why should you exhibit NGOs? This is empowering government. All along, they've been looking for ways of silencing us. Now you're equipping them. Initially, when Toko and Agatha suggested to me that we exhibit NGOs, I was reluctant. I said, what is there to exhibit about NGOs? And they said, you just leave it to us. You're going to see what is there. But what made me feel like this should go on is to see how civil society was so defensive and was so keen to ensure that this does not go on. And how they started blackmailing Agatha, blackmailing Toko before it even starts, and we were asking now, what is the difference between the government that they have been talking about all along and themselves now they don't want to be called to account? But in the end of at the end of that exhibition, we were invited. We got a number of invitations, those who were involved in the exhibition, to a meeting organized by, which organization was that? National NGO Forum to discuss the issues that were raised in the exhibitions. Fast forward the tribalism exhibition, and this is one of the exhibitions that has demonstrated, maybe to a higher extent, the powers that social media has come with, that we are able to discuss matters that have been taboo in the country. I don't think many newspapers or radio stations or TVs would host someone to talk about tribalism or would make that the subject of their discussion. But when we started it on social media, of course, they try to block it by saying that we are promoting hatred. I was summoned by police about 1 week into the exhibition. But shortly after seeing that even Daily Monitor could have the guts of having a headline showing that Western Uganda and Central Uganda are dominating in government jobs, that was already telling that social media is now pushing mainstream media to talk about matters that they could not address all along. And also to see that the what is that commission called? The Equal Opportunities Commission would have the courage, because we called them out all along, that can you please do an audit? If you're saying that tribalism does not exist, if you're saying that all these inequalities we are talking about do not exist, can you please conduct an audit so that we know who is where? So for the Equal Opportunities Commission to get the guts as well to produce a report and be bold enough to show that this region is 47% ahead of others, I think all that goes to demonstrate that if we really harness this space, there is so much that it can do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. My panel seems to have the consensus that digital tools and social media are the way to go. They provide safety. You record evidence in real time, so that documenting of evidence is in real time. But the first line of defense for the government in challenging what the panelists here have done is saying that it's fake news, or those pothole pictures that you're posting on Twitter are not from Uganda. So how do we discourage fake news? That's one. But also, how do we discourage fake news, considering that the line of defense for the people that we're challenging is to say that what you're bringing onto social media has not been verified and therefore is fake news and misinformation?
Don't worry about fake news. It's, first of all, it's not our responsibility. Those, well, I don't know if I'm saying we, the people here, it's not their responsibility to figure out whether or not it's fake news. By the way, I don't know if any of you is old enough to remember, there used to be something in the late 70s and 80s called Radio Katwe. It has never killed this country. We're still here. So we've been a country of rumors for a very long time. Fake news is just one form, so don't worry about it. The enduring ability of the public to figure out what is fake news and what is not is there. And so, yes, occasionally there will be a mistake and people will be caught off guard. Yes, it doesn't reduce the effect of what they have done. So that for me, so the whole fake news argument should not cloud the important task that those who are involved in using technologies as activism and conscientizing others should be stopped. No. In fact, it can very easily become a tool to be used against freedom of expression. So let's not put the obligation on the users that fake news. No. Fake news, it will solve itself. Don't worry. So that one I'll put aside. But guys, Spire has accused me, so I must go and prove that I plan to climb the mountain. So the guys are in the bus waiting for me. So I'll just say 2 or 3 very quick things. Number one, I'd like to thank the guys who invited me, because now is an opportunity for me to publicly hand over to the younger guys. We did the Bimeza, we did radios, we did everything. Now it's your turn. So please carry on the task so we can happily go into the evening and do less demanding things like climbing mountains. But I would like to challenge you, especially the intellectuals, for you to understand how effective and powerful these tools are. I just want to do a quick sample. Who do you think has been the most effective communicator? Let me deal with my panel here. Who do you think has been the most effective communicator on digital platforms in Uganda? Toko, who? On. Who? The fact that you all look, you don't know. I'm going to tell you who it is, and I want you to go and study the effect of this person. In my view, in my very humble opinion, one of the most effective and powerful communicators on the digital platforms is a young lady called Bad Black. You know, somebody cheated her of her money. Do you remember that? And she was paid immediately. Aha. So, go and study how she does it, and you will understand what can be done. And it is actually an indictment on all of you good people with degrees, some of you 3, some 5, and so on, that somebody as humble as her has done a much better job, because she did 2 things. She had a very effective campaign against COVID, and she carried out a very effective campaign to bring the people who had cheated her of her money to pay her. And I don't want to go into what she did. But I'll also remind you, especially my guys here, there was a politician who took services from an innocent young girl and had refused to pay. It took these people to say, was she Nancy? The pay. Yes. Martha. There was a campaign called Pay Martha. And the rich and powerful, okay, they humiliated her in the process, but they paid her. Before these times, it could have been much worse for her. So, do not lose hope. It is only when we talk that we are heard. And it is only when we talk that we realize we have shared and common aspirations. And it is only when we understand that we have shared and common aspirations that we can organize and expect and realize a much better living standard. I request you to allow me, if you want a further discussion of this, I'm very happy to engage on Twitter with you, or if you have any questions. I will still be in mid-air by the time I would have done a spaces. I'm happy to do it tomorrow or any time on the mountain. Thankfully, there is internet in Kilimanjaro, so I'm happy to do that. Guys, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and permission to go.
It's all right, Robert.
Thank you
very much, Robert, for your time. We'll proceed with the panel, but Robert has promised that we can always organize a Twitter space at his 360 Twitter space. So we'll look into that and let you know. So without further ado, I'm going to proceed with the panel, and you each have 1 minute to respond to the question that I posed earlier on misinformation, disinformation, and fake news.
Yeah, I think in as much as we see misinformation, it's a defense mechanism. Obviously, when you're challenging power, when you're challenging injustice, there's somebody on the defense. And so definitely there will be attempts to use the same technology to sort of debunk what somebody is putting out as a fact. And sometimes this goes to the extent of attempts made to discredit the authors or the leaders of such creative movements. There can be attempts to frame you and also build narratives that challenge the reality of what you're putting. But as Robert rightfully said, when you're speaking on issues of social justice and you table evidence to that effect, that truth will defend itself. And if you spend so much energy trying to argue with the powers that be without thinking forward that even as I put this, there is likely to be somebody who is going to be on the defensive, then you will lose track. You will lose ground in terms of the arguments you're putting forward. We have seen this when it comes to the various campaigns that have been carried out, especially on social media, where you put out information and immediately it is debunked. Yesterday, when we were speaking about URA, quickly somebody came out to say, oh, this was an accident. And they planted so many of those people. There were accounts that seemed to just be created within that time frame to push back and say, look, this was an accident. But before we knew it, we had CCTV footage from there. I do not even know who got that CCTV footage. There were additional, stories from the scene as it happened, and also other videos from people who were at the scene. So it was very difficult to sustain that narrative. We did not try to debunk it. We did not try to argue, but the people who were affected by this, the people that have been mobilized to speak on issues of injustice, had the requisite information. And I think that really validates what I said earlier, that in addition to the things we do, there are also new ways of collecting evidence, of documenting violations in real time, and making sure that those pieces of evidence are adduced at the point of defense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. So one, if you follow Ugandan news, a lot of news that is declared fake news many times turns out to be the actual news. So someone says a minister's passed on. That's the common one. And many times they say, oh, that's fake news. But then you give it time, a day or so, it turns out to be true. So I think what the government is failing to do as of today is mainly managing information. They lost that power to manage information as they had in the past. When to break the news was up to them. Now, when to break the news seems to be exceedingly getting out of their hand, because now, like I said earlier, this whole thing has been broken down, and there are leakages that information can get out of. So, while I said that also, I must say that what's the worst that fake news can do? I was on a Twitter space with AIGP Hassan Kasinje, retired, and said something like, what if someone announces you dead? Imagine how that affects your family. So my response is that if someone announced me dead, those who would be affected already either know I'm dead or they know I'm not dead. There's no way I can die, and those closest to me are taken by surprise. Yeah? If someone announces it on Twitter, there is a likelihood perhaps, but it wouldn't affect them so much because they would know either they've been sick, either they've been following. In fact, by the time people are announcing, probably they already know about it. So unless you're saying that some random stranger, I don't know, crush, someone who admires me on Twitter is going to get a heartbreak and collapse, which is really not the biggest issue here. So the gist of the matter is that information that is passed out many times is truthful. Of course, we live in an era when there is a lot of misinformation, the wars in Ukraine, what Russia is doing, and all these things. And we must be, we who use social media for activities like this, owe ourselves and those that follow us the duty to, at the very least, verify. And now, speaking of the exhibitions, because that's where we're accused mainly of spreading fake news and tarnishing people's image. The word they used was defamation. I keep telling guys that during the NGO exhibition, a number of NGO leaders said, this is bordering on defamation and we are going to sue. And I keep asking, why haven't they sued? Because at the end of the day, it turned out that that was the reality. So it was just a clapback. It was just a shield they were using to guide them, to protect themselves from scrutiny. Now, while we must be careful of fake news, we must always remember that the big picture on the other side many times tends to be to use that for protection and to avoid scrutiny, which leaders in this country don't like. Thank you.
I think so. On fake news on social media, I would say that there are two sides to it, or maybe even more than two. One, there is fake news as a weapon, fake news as a claim that is used to silence people. Because what social media did was to democratize speech, to bring in more people to on the table, to be able to express themselves directly without going through a representative. And those who thought they would be, or they are supposed to be the custodians of public voice, they feel they are not yet comfortable with seeing people with this microphone. So what they do is to create an environment that if we allow that level of speech or freedom of speech, it's dangerous, it has to be controlled, it has to be regulated in these and those ways. Yes, indeed, there are cases where, of course, fake news is spread and it's harmful, but there are also cases where this is just used as an excuse in order to come up with, recently there was this Computer Misuse Act, the amendments that they were adding to it, which were not really in a faith of regulating speech, but in a faith of silencing. So that side to it that is meant to silence people by using this as a weapon, using the fake news, has to be carefully understood. Second, fake news becomes a problem in view of the levels of gullibility in society. I think in Uganda, levels of gullibility are quite high, and it's about how our education equips us with tools for critical thinking or not, but also how busy people are circulating and receiving news. There is quite too much that people are dealing with. So without reflecting a lot, you're already sharing, you're already taking something as the truth. So maybe in that angle, we should think more in terms of how we can boost levels of critical thinking, levels of critical appreciation of information, and not just always forwarding. But the other encouragement is that the internet has its own mechanism of self-cleaning. And as such, we shouldn't fear so much, worry so much about fake news. Almost every other time when there is fake news, it's all immediately checked, or there is counter news. It might come late, as they say that lies travel the world when the truth is still putting on its boot. But still, ultimately, it's corrected. So it's something that we should think about, but not in view of curtailing the freedoms on the media just because there is fake news.
Thank you so much to my distinguished panelists. We're now going to take it to the plenary. I'll take 3 questions. Alice. We'll start with Alice.
Thank you very much. 2 people from West Nile and 1 person from Buganda. Yes, I must make that known. I have a question because and without underpinning the importance of social media, but also appreciating our lesson ahead of the 2021 election, where we all thought we were going to mobilize on the internet, and then it was switched off. And so like for 3-4 days, we did not know what was happening or was going to happen. How do we translate this courage and appearance and showing up that's online into physical showing up? Because I personally believe that nothing transcends the ability of human beings to actually physically show up.
Is that to all the panelists or a specific? Okay. I'm looking for someone at the back. The gentleman at the back.
All right, thank you. My name is Douglas Mawadri, Matthew. I work with SMAG. My question actually goes to, I have like 2 small questions that goes to all the panelists. Individuals and groups that have been institutionally and socially discriminated against, like the lesbians, gays, bisexual and transgender community, have over the years mastered the art of organizing endlessly amidst the powers of realities, with the fact that social spaces, social media spaces are shrinking within the civil societies. I'd like to ask the panelists to understand what key lessons about alternative organizing can other marginalized communities learn. Like, for example, I heard Mercy talk about how the West Nile, she's always an ardent advocate of power in West Nile, but also other regions. What key lessons can other communities, marginalized and otherwise, learn from such communities? My second question is, I know literally all of you there, I am an ardent listener of your spaces. And I think we serve a disadvantage for ourselves not to ask a question to do with what challenges or what key dangers accrue to the uses of civil spaces, rather digital spaces for civic actors, because we all know that civil spaces are shrinking, offices are closing, people are being raided and people are arrested. I go to court once in a while, and I also know for a fact that at court, there are cases to do with like fraud and arising from, there are cases to do with like uses of digital spaces. So what key lessons are there, but also what are those particular dangers that one may have to question themselves with the uses of digital spaces? Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Kakuru. I'm from Kawale. I head an organization called KIK, Corruption Out of Uganda. I'm happy for the discussion and the panelists, but also thank you much Chapter 4 for creating this space to bring us from up country and come and share ideas. So when you are sharing, some of you could have seen on social media, in Kawale, the Kawale chairman, LC5, and the mayor of the city of Kawale, fighting, physical fighting. And the area where I come from, if leaders like that fight physically, and they bleed and all that, also it is an area where domestic violence is very high. To us, it takes no time for a man to hold a pang and cuts his wife. But don't get scared of me, I will not cut you. But I'm saying, even physical fighting, all that, domestic violence is high. To leaders fighting physically, those I brought forward. But we created a platform that these two leaders must apologize to public and why they fought during the regional budget consultative conference that was in Mbarara. And because of that power of the digital age, these people came to apologize. And now also in the town or the community where I live, people used to fight, husbands beating the wives because of one or the other reason. We created a community platform where we expose those people who assault others, fight and do that. And we included everyone who has a smartphone at each household to report such a circumstance. I want to report to you that because of such an initiative, digital initiatives, domestic violence report shows that it has gone down in our region because they fear to be reported. And I think what you are discussing here is real. If it can work at community level to that extent, to bring leaders to order, to bring people at household who have that kind of attitude to order, I think we can have our Uganda society be changed, even in terms of governance issues, in terms of corruption issues. If we expose them using the digital era, I think we shall have contributed a lot. So thank you very much for this. It works. I am participating in it, and especially in public contract monitoring. There is another good experience that is happening. When Robert was sharing about, he was sharing about potholes. Then here we are sharing about how these contracts are awarded, who participates, how is the process followed, and you just target to these leaders and say, this is what is abused. I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that digital era is here to change many things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to take two more ladies, and that will be it. The lady at the front. Here.
Thank you so much. My name is Carol Mokisa Nyangoma. I work at Home Hearts Foundation, and my three concerns are, I really appreciate what the team is doing alongside whoever is not here physically. But I must say that we as a community on social media are deviating from traditional activism, slackish activism. We are doing great work, but then there is also life after tweeting. When you tweet and you just receive the likes and the shares and you don't go on ground to also do more work. I'm just going to give an example. If my child is sick and I tweet about it, I tell the community about it, then they suggest good hospitals, then I do not take my child to the hospital. I'm not doing that much work. So I also encourage us, this is not just to critique, but also encourage us to at least work more than just tweeting and creating awareness about the social issues that are happening in our communities. And so to make social media very sustainable, we need to also watch on the language that we are using. as a gender analyst, I must say that the way the community judges women is a bit different from the way the community judges men. I'll give an example. During the NGO exhibition, and I think the pothole exhibition, the community was judging Spire to have eaten like money, you know. Maybe he has been bribed and maybe he wants travel opportunities. But then Agatha Atuhaire was criticized for sleeping with parliamentarians. How come Spire was not criticized for sleeping with, I can imagine anyone, maybe any NGO leaders or anyone like whoever it is. So the way we judge these genders also matters, and it will discourage very many women from coming up to actually do real activism. I can give myself as an example. I'm so slow on social media. I do activism on grassroots, but I don't do it on social media because I do not know. I wouldn't want someone to call me a social worker, rather sex worker. So the language that we are using will either harm this tool for activism or it will strengthen it. So we have to be so watchful. And lastly, yeah, I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll take the last question from the lady who is at the back, JB. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. My name is Ochieng Akena. I work with the International Refugee Rights Initiative based here in Kampala. Mine will be a quick question. It's really about internet safety. Also, sort of following up from the two previous interveners. The anonymity of the internet tends to exaggerate the vagaries of society. So the hate, the misogyny, violence, discrimination, etc. So while our democratic spaces, given the way they are, call for less regulation, I'm just wondering if the panelists have some thoughts about, even while we extol the virtues of new tech and new media, how do we also enhance protection in those spaces, particularly for women, and also for our most vulnerable, like children. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the panel. We'll start with Dr. Spire.
Okay, thanks so much for the comments and questions. I'll only respond to a few that I can respond to and leave the others to the rest of the panelists. Yeah, the question on internet can be switched off, and indeed it was switched off at a certain point. So what do we do when it's switched off? Are we going to be totally powerless? I look at social media activism as just one of the alternatives. In fact, I've been asked this question several times. Some have said, like Kabshenga mentioned, that this has provided an alternative where we can campaign without the fear of being beaten, the fear of being arrested on the streets, which gives the impression that street protests have, that we are somehow closing the chapter of street protests. I wouldn't want to give that impression. I just want to look at social media activism as one of the avenues that we can use, one of the many, but not as an alternative that is meant to rule out the other. So as we do what we do on social media, others can still engage in streets or wherever. And I also want to say that we have different strengths. You might find that the Spire who can do social media activism might not be good at leading street protests. So if you see Spire is on social media, then take the lead elsewhere where you think that there is a vacuum. Where I've noticed a bit of a challenge in this activism is that maybe it's because of the level of desperation in society. When you come out to do something, to offer yourself to speak, people get the entire load of their burden and they want to put it on your head, on your shoulders, with very high expectations, and they start asking, Spire, you're talking about potholes, but why aren't you talking about health? Why aren't you talking about education? You're talking about Kampala, but in West Nile we are suffering. You're talking about West Nile, but in Gulu we have problems as well. You don't expect Spire to be talking about every problem in the country. But this partly speaks to the desperation that whoever shows, they are given a certain level of messianic projection. This is our savior. I cannot be a savior of the country, of the entire country. I can only do what I can do. And maybe this relates to the question from my sister, Nyangoma, tweeting without work. Maybe some of us are only seen on Twitter, but it doesn't mean that when you see me on Twitter, there is no other work I'm doing. We are engaged in so many physical activities. My presence here, I'm supposed to be at a workshop at university. I'm supposed to be preparing what to teach. The fact that I'm here to engage, to exchange ideas with others, that is going beyond Twitter. So, and we do not really do this for likes. Maybe some people do so, but I don't think one would put their life at risk simply for likes. What would I get from the likes? I'm not paid by anyone, for instance, to do what I do. I've not earned actually even 20,000 from this work. No one has ever paid me. So why would I put my life out there to risk for the sake of getting someone to like my profile? If that was the case, maybe I would be using my profile for advertising. I don't advertise anything. So it's more than that, and there is much more work that we are doing, but also as we do what we can do as humans, others can take on the spaces that require more work, so that we do not just look at what Spire is doing and what Spire is not doing, what Toko is not doing. We should ask ourselves, if Spire is not doing this, of course he is limited as one human being, Toko is limited, everyone else, mass is limited, what can I add? So that should always be the question in my view. And lastly, about civility on social media, the language that is used. We wouldn't, of course, commend that. But social media is more of a jungle. And when you go there, you expect that you're meeting all sorts of people. Those who are well-groomed, those who are not well-groomed, those who are very angry, those who are calm. So you just have to be hardened to engage on social media. Otherwise, you'll be insulted once and you feel, I should never go back there. I have been insulted, I have been degraded. People have created accounts in my names and written stuff like, when NUP comes into power, we are going to kill all the Banyankole, and that is attributed to me. So if you're weak-hearted, you simply run out. So the ideal would have been that we make it civil, but it's almost impossible to civilize social media. We can only make an attempt, but given that it's not really, that it's a space where everyone is welcome, you would expect that. I had just forgotten one other question that was asked about marginalized communities and what they can do. Not everyone is going to use social media. I think the simple idea should be that let everyone look at the powers they have within their means, look at their particular context and ask what they can do. There have been many examples of this. For instance, in Amuru, at a certain point when women stripped, not that I would encourage them to strip, but you saw what happened after they stripped. The minister complaining that that was terrible, but it pushed back a bit. We have seen cases of this American case, the famous one of Rosa Parks refusing to leave her seat on a bus. It is just a simple act, but it had a very significant impression. There is this one that I really loved by Andrew Karamaji, when he walked to the Attorney General and took away his speech. In the middle of the speech, just a small gesture, he's standing there speaking, you take away the speech and leave them there helpless. It is a very powerful, simple act. Not that everyone is going to do that. We don't have the boldness to do the same things, but do what is within your power. And as civil society organizations, that's what I would encourage. Let us try to empower people to understand the different powers that they have in their circumstances and operate within those, and not imagine or suggest to these people that they are all going to do what others are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Then go ahead, Toko.
Okay, thank you. So there were a number of questions asked. I will just respond to maybe three. One, the question of internet safety. I don't know if I got that question right, but let me just say this. December last year, 30th December, we were at Makerere voting for the convocation. And then I see a policeman I see policemen, army men, red tops, who are in a room like this. They are called in, they use excessive force. Like I said earlier, it's their starting point to use excessive force. So I approach these men and say, why are you using all this force? Then the DPC of one day, I think he's a man of very small ego. He asks me, who are you to tell me that? Then I said, I'm a Ugandan, you can't use this kind of force. He said, I'll arrest you next. He said, go ahead. The next thing I knew, I was bundled up, taken to a police truck. I spent the night in police station. I was only released the next day. Now, two things there. One, I think still the internet is a safer space by and large. I mean, I've known people who have been tortured like Akwenza for saying things on the internet, but I know guys who have been subjected to worse when they took the physical space. However, also my experience in the police station, if you remember, if you will check, my Twitter became very active. My ex became very active as a tool of activism since that day. Because I was in the police cell in the morning. You know, police cell, you don't sleep. And that was my fourth time getting arrested under similar circumstances. So I was in the police cell and people would come and ask, who is Toko? Senior officers, who is Toko? And then I kept wondering, why are these guys asking for me specifically? Have they finally got the guy they've been looking for all these years or something big? It's when I came out of the police cell that I realized what was going on. I came out and my name was trending. Free Toko, release Toko and all. And you know, these tweets were also made by, I thank Chapter 4. I went to their office to thank them immediately after because they were very active in that. Council Nicholas Opio and very, very senior people were tweeting. Now, for me, that showed me that one, it is actually more chaotic, more hazardous, more dangerous, more perilous on the physical space. But while the Twitter space seems a bit safer, it can also be used effectively because I think maybe no amount of physical demonstration would have gotten me out. But when senior officers were being tagged and they were watching the video and saying, this guy is on a crime, he's saying, be sane, be decent, be Ugandans to other Ugandans. So yeah, I can respond to that in that regard. Two, why was Agatha sexualized and none of us, Spire and these other men? I think it's within the Ugandan society that women basically are put down by using sex. Yeah, any woman who stands up to speak in Uganda, they will bring a record. If you've read the book, It's Our Turn to Eat, Michaela Wrong talks of John Githongo. Now, John Githongo is a man, but he says that because the Kenyan society, so he was like the anti-corruption watchdog, John Githongo in the reign of President Kibaki. So when he was trying to expose corruption and guys were fighting back, they began saying, oh, this man is gay, yeah? There was a demonstration like at our city square with women saying, oh, this man slept with us, we are prostitute, he hasn't paid. Then men also came out and said, he has slept with us, he hasn't paid because he's gay. Now, because they know the effect of sexualization, when people are sexualized in this part of the world, it really puts you down. I guess it goes on to us now who are here and those for whom that message is intended to disregard it. For me, that is the starting point. The other day, Kenya Revenue Authority started confiscating things at the airport. Now, when people complained, what Kenyan Revenue Authority did was to expose dildos and said, this is what we are confiscating. Then everyone said, maybe you're right to confiscate dildos. Because of the sexualization of these things, it's upon us to be sane, to look through these nuances and get to the bottom of it. Then we'll see what is intended. So that is the case with Agatha. And I sympathize with her. I know and not to discredit those who are not like her, I also applaud you, but for at least she withstood it, and I'm grateful that she did. Then, what lessons can others learn from the LGBTQI people? I think for a long, long time, the marginalized groups in Uganda have used social media. Maybe now we are getting to the peak. If you remember the days of TVO, if you remember the days of the Anti-Homosexuality Act 1, gay people and allies and organizations used social media a lot. So for me, the lesson is the lessons we've been talking about now, that it is a relatively safer space. You can even go incognito. That's what I keep telling the guys of government, that the more you push the button hard, it's not hard for me to create an account that is called what? Moses Mugisha. Yeah, I'm from West Nile. Then you'll begin looking for Moses Mugisha somewhere in Rushere or in Mitoma, and you'll never get to me. So when you push hard, I can always go that way. And then, how do we translate the online campaigns to the physical? Like Spire said, I think everyone is gifted differently. We are not all going to do the same thing. What is important is that all of us push from wherever we can. The idea of looking at people who are online as if they are non-committed to this struggle. Let me tell you one thing. There was a time, Kabushenga has left. There was a time Kabushenga tweeted about the coffee agreement. And you know, he had not been tweeting about government hard. So I was the first comment, I was like, but when you are in government, media center, and New Vision, you are not tweeting these things. He told me something. He said, Toko, you don't know what I was doing. You don't know which of the actions I was doing that would have furthered what you're doing right now while in the government. So the other thing is that we need to also be careful not to alienate people from our struggles. Because people not doing what you're doing does not mean they're part of you. Jesus put it very clearly when he said, whoever is not against us is for us. When George Bush, when after 9/11, George Bush said, whoever is not for us is against us. So he inverted what Jesus had said. And you can remember, to this day we are having effects of the war on terror. Yeah? There are things delivered today that can be attributed to it. Millions of dollars lost, millions of lives lost. So we need to always understand that there are people out there who are thinking like us. They are probably not even participating, but we get them close and don't alienate them. I guess those are the questions that are put to me. What challenges are faced online? There are quite a number of challenges. I mean, I'm from West Nile. I'm a bit thick-skinned. You're not going to come and say, to threaten me. Fortunately, I've not been threatened online, at least. I see Aspire has been threatened, Agatha has been threatened, so many, with death threats sometimes. No one has threatened me yet. I think if they know what West Nilers are capable of, so they are staying far, because if someone threatens me, yeah, I've been arrested, but if someone threatened me, they know how potent West Nile gods can be in these kind of things. Yeah, so I would not hold back. I would go full throttle on that. Yeah, and then the other thing is that you also have this other problem online that has been common, that we have few people on the digital space. But the good thing with it is that there's now closely a merger between the physical and the digital space. So many things Spire will say on Twitter will eventually get up to New Vision, will eventually get up to local radio stations, and the message will be disseminated. Thank you very much.
Mine will just be emphasis on the fact that what we're discussing now really goes to show, and to Maria's question, that there are a lot of digital vulnerabilities, even as we explore that space. And one of them is the aspect of control, where you can wake up and the entire system is shut down. And then what? And I'll look at that from two perspectives. One is from the opportunity perspective, that the digital space gives us an opportunity to build solidarity beyond our borders. And I have seen us build solidarity with different people across the continent, across the world, regarding the things that are happening in this country. Now, those come in handy when control is exercised. I remember when Bobi Wine was arrested a couple of years ago, the Free Bobi Wine hashtag did not only run in Uganda, I think it was even more dominant in other jurisdictions than here. And that goes to show you the power of the digital space, that it's not just about you, about that moment, that at the point at which solidarity is needed, you're going to garner solidarity beyond your cause. And that's why it is very important. But that does not also underscore the fact that it can also deepen existing inequalities, because we know that a very big percentage of our population cannot use the digital space as we do, because they cannot afford it, because they don't have access to it. And for me and Toko and Maria and others who come from West Nile, we do not have electricity, something as basic as that. We've not had it since our existence. And so even when we go there, we may not be as active as we are today sitting in this room. Now, that being the case, when we are organizing for something that affects those people, we are required to layer our interventions to ensure that the same way we strategizing using the digital space is the same way we have foot soldiers on the ground. When we started the advocacy for electricity, one of the things we did was to ensure that we had journalists on the ground who were going to document the realities of what we were talking about. And they did this for free. They said, this is our contribution to your fight. We are going to go to different places and cover the realities of our people. There were lawyers who said, we may not be at the forefront of what you're doing, but we're happy to go to court with you. And then we were able to show up with Maria and traders in Parliament when our motion was being delivered on the floor. And then there were people who were rioting, there were people who were protesting on the ground. And I think to layer those approaches is very important, because at the end of the day, the goal is to see social justice. The goal is to see change. If that change can be attained just in the digital space, like in the case of the exhibition, well and good. If it requires physical action on the ground, it is also very important that we do that. The lesson we learned from organizing is that we also need to build resilience. We need to build resilience, because we anticipate certain pushbacks and we cannot know the extent of those pushbacks. I have seen some of the people I'm challenging in the digital space show up in my physical space. That goes to show you there is mass surveillance, that you're vulnerable, and that somebody can use any means to track you down and to find you where you are. So you're vulnerable, but again, because you've built resilience and you've built layers and layers of systems to protect you in terms of the people that you're leading these fights with, you're able to at least overcome, or at least you're also able to, it's also a security measure, because nobody will want to attack Toko, who they know is at the forefront of something. They're also very careful because it will be obvious that you're attacking him because of his views. So we have to layer our approaches and ensure that the digital space is not an end to itself, and that we also have other groups that we can organize with that take on other actions depending on how strategic they are for the causes that we lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mercy. And thank you so much, Professor Spire and Toko. It has been an enlightening conversation, and it tells to the so much work that we have to do. And I hope that at the end of this conference, we go to put in the work. So, over to you, Arthur.
Thank you so much, Sandra. You will pose for a photograph here. Photographer, please do come take this. Let's appreciate the panel. Is that sufficient? Photographer, come take the photograph for this panel. And Sandra has said it is now time for us to put work to the talk. So can we go to our X and tweet hashtag @AtatyaSpireGoentia. Kindly hashtag that and send it. Have you done that? @AtatyaToko-Goentia. @AtatyaMercy-Goentia. @AtatyaChapter4-Goentia. Thank you so much. Friends, we are trying to run against time. And friends, it is that time that we've been eagerly waiting for, when we get to know who it is that is being recognized and awarded the Civil Liberties Award. Join me in welcoming Anthony. Anthony, where are you? Anthony, you're standing between me. Yes, let's welcome Anthony. Anthony is my highlight for the day. Anthony and his bow tie. And Anthony, with Chapter 4, will speak to what the Civil Liberties Award is. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Arthur. I just want to say one thing. Thank you so much for being here. We are deeply humbled, particularly yesterday when we had such a tough day. We don't take it for granted. At this point, I would just like to invite our board member, Mr. Stephen Tumwesige, who is going to do the honors of telling us who the Civil Liberties Award of 2023 of the Human Rights Convention will be awarded to. Please, Mr. Stephen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to announce the honoree for the Civil Liberties Award 2023 from both Chapter 4 and the other co-convener. And this award is proudly presented to Professor Jimmy Spire Ssentongo. So if I can please invite Professor Jimmy Spire Ssentongo to come. Surprise, surprise, surprise to you, Jimmy. Congratulations.
and then I can hold it out.
The award comes with a citation, so I want to read out the citation. So, the co-conveners of the Human Rights Convention 2023, with pleasure award Professor Jimmy Spire Sentongo with the Civil Liberties Award for 2023 in recognition of his outstanding contribution, contribution in the defense of civil liberties and the promotion of human rights. This award has previously been won by eminent recipients, including Council Ladazilas Rwakafuzi, Professor Sylvia Tamale, and Mr. Colin Sekajugo. Despite numerous threats to his life and liberty, he has continued to raise awareness on thorny issues of governance, public administration, public accountability, and abuse of office. The online exhibition campaigns have helped to mobilize civic action and shed light on the tender underbelly of human rights concerns that bedevil our country. The voice has continued to shape human rights discourse in our country towards better governance, respect of human rights, and accountability. So congratulations, Professor Jimmy Spire Sentongo.
I was actually leaving because I was running to catch another event where I'm supposed to speak. And then someone stopped me there by the door and he told me that I'm under instructions to hold you. I thought I was arrested. Yeah, but now that it is this, I'm no longer late where I was going. Yeah, I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. Of course, it's a good feeling being recognized for the humble contribution you have made. It's not that I do it in order that I'm recognized, but when that comes, when that follows, it really feels good. And I'm very grateful for this. Thank you so much. Now with this, I don't think I'm going to be stopped from exhibiting anymore, including exhibiting chapter 4. Thank you.
Another hand clap and congratulations to Dr. Spire Sentongo. And Spire, you are now released from detention. You can go and teach the nation. Friends, we are going into two breakaway panels, two breakaway sessions. One session is going to deal with assessing the role of national human rights institutions in protecting human rights for all. And that panel, we shall have Joel Mukisa of Chapter 4 will moderate that panel. The hall is right on this side of the hall. So you'll walk through that door and then walk along here. You'll find that hall if you're going to attend that particular session. Then the people staying here are going to unveil the realities. Is the growing population a push factor for migration? Is the growing population a push factor for migration? Unveiling the realities. Friends, and the people who are staying here, we have the panel discussion is going to be chaired by Lucy Peace Nantume. Lucy, kindly make your way to the stage as those of us who are going for the human rights institutions walk through that door to this side of the panel. Panel chairs, you have strictly 1 hour. Ensure that we are good to go for our lunch at exactly 1:30 p.m. Thank you so much. For those that are walking this side, you'll have an opportunity to stretch. For those who are standing here, take good use of the time that we have to stretch as Lucy takes to the podium. assessing the role of human rights institutions in protecting human rights for all. Joel, together with your panel and those that are participating in that. Yes, through that door, walk along this wall, you'll find your place. Lucy. James. I'm happy to see you, James. Great. Kindly bear with Lucy. She's fixing something small and should be here. A reminder, we have to celebrate the 10th anniversary beginning at 2:40 onwards up to 4:45. You leave at your own peril and risk. This might be your Friday evening on a Thursday. So kindly do not leave the celebrations to us. Lucy, should I take over the panel? Okay, as Lucy comes, allow me to invite the following people to join this panel discussion, but am I even sure? Okay, she has resurrected. She is resurrected.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with this panel. I kindly request if you can, you come forward so that these front seats are not so empty. My name is Lucy Peace Nantume. I work with CAS. When they were summoning me, I was still finishing some administrative issues, but I am here now. I want to invite my panelists. First, Dr. Abel Nzabona, please come forward. Let's clap for Dr. Abel as he comes. Dr. Abel is a migration scholar and researcher. He works with Center for Basic Research. His areas of expertise include migration and population. You're welcome, Doctor. Next, I invite Ronnie Mukundane. Please clap for Ronnie as he comes forward. Ronnie is a media and communications practitioner. How he qualifies to be on this panel: he became a labor expert, having worked on issues of labor externalization as a PRO of Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies. You're welcome, Ronnie. Then I invite Solomi Awidi. Solomi is a lawyer and a human rights worker whose focus areas are gender justice, peace building, transitional justice. She works with the Refugee Law Project. Solomi, you're most welcome. We were supposed to be joined by Agnes Igoi. Unfortunately, she has got some health challenges and she's unable to join us. But we are well versed to take this on. So this panel today is discussing unveiling realities. Is the growing population a push factor for migration? So we are going to talk about migration. We are going to talk about population. CAS, where I work this year, did a reality check. If you can check on our website and our other media tools, it is there. It was titled it was a reality check on Uganda's changing demographic structure and its implications for the country's development. So we got more interest in looking on issues of population, and we also have this program on migration. So we want to discuss how these two issues interlink. To start us off, Dr. Abe, As a lecturer, he's very prepared. The people in the, could you please project? Dr. Abe is going to help us situate the discussion by telling us how we are doing on population. Most studies, we have not yet done a census for some time, but we are estimated to be about 40 million. Some estimate it at 40, 44, 49. Since Dr. Abe is a specialist in that area, he's going to help us, first of all, to understand how we are doing population-wise and how that links to migration. Dr. Abe, you're welcome. Could you please project? Okay, as they work on that, let's have each of the panelists giving us some opening words. Salome, to you first.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you all for being part of this panel. As I've been introduced, I work with the Refugee Law Project, and from where I come from, looking at the question today, unveiling realities, is the growing population a push factor for migration? And in terms of opening and the work that I do, my experience, I would like to argue that the growing population, if factors are positive for growing populations, it would not on its own be a major push factor for migration. I come from an area of work where we are seeing lots of migration, mostly because of conflict. The region that we work in is a region that has a very turbulent past, a lot of which is interconnected based on our history. And I'd just like to start off by sharing that when we look at refugees in the East African region, the East African region currently hosts about 2.2 million of refugees. And of that 2.2 million, Uganda alone is hosting, as of June this year, Uganda alone is hosting over 1.5 million refugees from within the Great Lakes region. And many of them are not here because of population growth in their countries, but really because of, a quest for survival, a quest for peace, and where they, can live with a bit of freedom and safety. It's not only for refugees coming into Uganda, but also within Uganda, we are seeing in many post-conflict communities more and more people leaving their homes and coming into urban areas, into cities, into towns. And all that is not necessarily because of population growth alone, but certain aspects of, a need for safety, a survival strategy, which I will be happy to discuss as we go along. Thank you.
For me, Mr. Mukundani, some opening remarks on our topic.
Thank you, Lucy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank CAS and also congratulate Chapter 4 for the 10th anniversary. And of course, also giving us an opportunity to be able to share information mostly about this particular topic. As I've already been introduced, I'll speak specifically under labor migration. Is the growing population a push factor to migration? I would say yes to labor migration. When you look at the labor survey of 2021, the talk of the employment to population rate, the EPR, it says, that's 2021, it says between the Ugandans aged 14 to 64, you have 2 out of 5 that are employed. Of course, giving it a percentage of about 43%, having grown from 39 the previous year. The UBOS reports also, just to give it context, say the total working population in Uganda, the working population is 55% of the entire population. Doctor here will give us, as you said, Lucy, he's more skilled in knowing or predicting how many people could be in Uganda, but the estimation now gives it about 42.9 million. In the regarding labor externalization or labor migration in particular, we have seen a growing number of Ugandans wishing to travel abroad for employment or for source for work in those other countries, and this number has steadily grown because we know there are other factors. Yes, one of them being unemployment, and unemployment, this being born from the growing population, as you'll agree with me. Of course, we also know the other factors like domestic violence and all that, but when you look at the statistics of the people traveling out of the country, particularly in search for employment, it's steadily growing. When you look at statistics from about 2005, when it was formally regularized, you see a steady growth. Then we started with about 200 Ugandans traveling in a whole year, but in the very recent years, we've had the numbers growing up to about 85,000 in 2021. So that gives you, 85,000 Ugandans traveling. So that gives you an idea of how the numbers are growing, but these numbers are growing because the population here is also growing. Thank you so much.
Ronnie, just to clarify on that, the 85,000 you're speaking about are the ones going to the Middle East, right?
When we talk of Ugandans leaving the country, we mean everywhere. Of course, there are those, you'll also agree with me that Ugandans are almost in every country in this world. We have those in China, we have those in South Africa, we have those in Brazil, we have those in the Middle East, but those that have been captured formally, or those that have traveled regularly in that particular year of 2021 were about 85,000 Ugandans.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, over to you. Our technical team, if the projector is ready, please project.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I will be looking at the linkages between the growing population and the internal migration. We have a lot of internal movements from upcountry areas to rural areas, but also between urban areas. And this has been changing over time, ever since we started doing censuses. So we want to share thoughts on whether there is a direct linkage between this growing population and the migrations that we see. Is it the growing population, or are there also other underlying factors? And I think that once we digest that, we shall be able to see the bigger picture of what is happening. And we shall also, at the end, realize that even internal migrants have human rights issues. And as people migrate, this also becomes a source of concern. So, okay. So, yeah, I think I can get to it straight away. So, you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so as you can see from that graph, we started counting population in 1911. These were basically like head counts, not modern censuses. But as you can see, the population has kept increasing up to around about 35 million in 2014 when we did the last census. But projections indicate that now we are about 47 million. So next slide. Yeah, so I am going to look at internal migration patterns, as I said, and looking at the three broad phases. In 1969, when we did the first modern census after independence, the population was like 9.5 million. Now, the patterns then are as displayed. A number of people moving out of Kigezi region, southwest of Uganda, a number of people moving out of Bugisu, eastern Uganda, and then out of the north, particularly West Nile. So those were the broad migration streams when we had that population of 9.5 million. Next slide. But what can help to understand those patterns? The population factor was there, especially population size, but it was not so much as population size as for population density. If you can look at Kigezi, that's a small land area in comparison with the neighbor Ankole and Bunyoro Toro. If you can look at Bugisu, also a small area. So in terms of density, these were high density areas and people were kind of motivated to move. And you can see the population of Kigezi, West Nile, Bugisu. They were not necessarily the biggest populations. It was basically the density. Next slide. Oh yeah, so the next factor was to do with socioeconomic situation. Especially this area called Kigezi, there was absence of cash economy, coffee, tea. So because of that, people needed cash, so they thought that they would move. But connected with that, there was the policy environment. The colonial government then had kind of zoned the country into places like labor reserves, so Kigezi would provide labor. Some parts of the north, like West Nile and others, maybe to provide security, and then others would be commercial areas. But that was later discovered it was not necessarily correct. As we speak now, there is a lot of tea being grown in Kigezi, and coffee. Kabushenga has been here, is growing a lot of some of those. So some of those were like distortions because the environment was really ideal for these kinds of crops. Now, quickly, let's look at the next slide, which is looking at patterns between 1991 and 2014. These are census years. 1991, 2014, these are census years. Now, when you look at those patterns, we note that now the long distance migration is continued, but this time around, there are also short migrations between districts, which was not the case before. So in terms of large streams of migrations, we now begin to see short distance migrations as populations continue to increase. Next slide. The recent migration patterns after the last census continue to now. As I said, we expect to be about 47 million. It is not easy to draw a flow map when you have like 150 districts, but I would just summarize and say that in this phase, as population increases, we are increasingly seeing migrations and urbanizations being on the increase, being on the rise. So usually it starts with people settling along the transport nodes, along the highway nodes, some villages eventually becoming townships, townships becoming town councils. So we are increasingly getting urbanized, and there's continued out migrations to these large urban areas. In fact, in 2016, UBOS indicated that about 7.4 million people were living in urban areas. Now, if you can go to the next slide, this urbanization is not proceeding in a planned manner. It is kind of ad hoc. So for large urban centers like Kampala, we have a lot of overcrowding on the streets. We have a lot of congestion, and this also has some human rights implications on other people, because we are talking about inclusivity. It is not easy for a person with disabilities to cross Kampala streets in the evening. Even if younger ones also struggle, what about persons with disabilities and the older persons? So you increasingly find that some people are no longer enjoying the city. You cannot enjoy the city when there are all those threats, because it's not planned, it's not regulated. So movement, you can spend 3 hours on the road before you reach home. So this migration is causing problems because it is not regulated. But the human rights are also to do with the migrants themselves. If we look at where they stay, they are in squalid conditions, and the water and sanitation are not good. So the conditions of the migrants are also not so good. So that is the pattern. Now, in the interest of time, let me briefly touch on international migration, and I edit. So that table is having selected figures extracted from the Population Reference Bureau. These are fairly latest figures, and more can be got from that source. We can see three groups of countries for demonstration. The first group is having representative of the most populous countries: China, India, USA, Nigeria, Egypt, just representations. And you can see that when you look at the net migration rate for China, India, it's tending to zero. It's tending to zero, meaning that at that international level, big population may not necessarily translate into massive migration. But when you look at the USA, it's about 2. When you look at the middle group of countries, Germany, United Kingdom, France, these are fairly medium-sized countries, more or less like neighbors. But you see that there is no clear pattern. Whereas for Germany, the net migration rate is -3. The other 2 neighbors, UK and France, is above 0. You see Uganda there having a net migration rate of 1. Probably it's because of the refugees that are coming in. We shall be hearing. But it's just there. Now, the last group is very interesting. This is a group of countries with the populations less than 10 million. But surprisingly, you see some of them have negative net migration rates. Albania, for example, Sao Tome and Principe, they have negative net migration rates. So what is the story here? The story here is that when it comes to international migration, countries formulate appropriate policies which are of the interest of their nations. So they can put in certain checks to reduce migration, or they can put in mechanisms to increase migration. But also there might be some conditions. There might be some conditions which make people either come in or go away. So I think that is it about that. And I make just a few final remarks that population growth alongside other variables can generate human migration. And that's why different countries tend to formulate migration policies for addressing their national interests. And the policies could be those aimed at creating safe, dignified, and orderly migration, but also maximizing the benefits of the migrants. Because as we heard yesterday, some of the migration is actually positive. Migration is not always negative. And lastly, there are already frameworks in place, like this Global Compact for Migration. It has policy guidelines which can help in regulating migration. Here in Uganda, we have the national development plans. If these were implemented, then we could achieve a safe, orderly, and balanced migration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abe. I think for the first time in this convention, you have a PowerPoint. Please clap for Dr. Abe for giving us that treat. Dr. Abe also is a member of the National Coordination Mechanism on Migration. So this is an area he is really passionate about. Mr. Ronnie, should we worry about the movement of persons? Sorry, should we worry about our population vis-a-vis migration? Is there a cause to worry? Because when I'm moving around up country, I see vast areas which are empty. It's like no one is occupying them. So is our challenge really the population, or there's something else we need to consider?
Thank you so much, Lucy. Just quoting what Dr. Abe has just said, the internal movements or the internal migration, you realize that it's more, people are more attracted to urban areas, and he really cited Kampala very well when he was talking about not enjoying Kampala because it is overcrowded. You've been jammed for about 3 hours. I was just feeling as if he was talking to me. So you moving around the country, up country, and finding spaces is ideally because of people moving to look for what we would call source of income or employment. Should it worry us? Maybe yes, maybe not, depending on how one is looking at it, because there are also those who are happy that people are moving away from the what we would call upcountry, and other people are able to establish farms, plantations, and all that. So if you're looking at it that way, it may not worry you. But if you're looking at it, as Doctor said, overcrowding the urban areas, then it should be a worry. But also, we also must know, as I said earlier, that indeed people move as they are moving from those upcountry places in search of good living standards or in search of employment. They not only move to our urban centers, they also leave the country. And though the figures may not be worrying now, statistically, when you look at the population estimates, would look at it as one of the areas to really pay attention to. And of course, Doctor here, maybe being an expatriate in population in other countries, would also have also given, not that I'm tasking him, but I think you could also guide us to tell us how many of those people are coming into this country, are migrating into Uganda, so that we're able to see. I don't know whether that's the 1% he was talking about, to see whether we should actually worry about our urban, our rural areas that are empty, that may actually be occupied by these people from other countries. Thank you.
Ronnie, from the figures shared, we have countries, India, China, USA, with the highest populations, but when you see the rates of movement, they are lower. Salome, could you speak to that as you also help us reflect on the issue of inclusivity, especially in relation to the work you do with the refugees?
Thank you, Lucy. You know, like we've seen the figures, you know. In some areas we have high populations, we have
it's off.
Okay. We have, in some areas, we have a population that is growing, but dependent on, you know, the services that are available for people, you know, how people can access basic needs to meet their everyday lives, enjoy, you know, the rights that are due them. Then you'll see that movement is not necessarily, you know, something that we see. And in the work that we do, talking about inclusion, I'd like to give an example of Uganda, for instance. We are seeing a huge number of refugees. Uganda is commended across the globe for its policy on hosting of refugees. However, we often forget that as we host refugees, and many of the settlements where these refugee settlements are located are really within communities in Uganda that have been impacted by conflicts, and many of which have not had, their legacies of conflict addressed. You'd look at, for instance, West Nile, where we have, Uganda is hosting almost 62% of the refugees are from South Sudan, many of who are within the West Nile region. There are times in Yumbe where we've had refugees, refugees were higher in number than the citizens. And when we talk about inclusion, then the planning for this refugee population, the services are within settlement areas. And then we have Ugandans that have legacies of conflict that have not been addressed. And when this planning is happening, we've had complaints from the district that they have been left out. The locals are left out from this planning, much as we have policies that look perfect on paper. And so what is this resulting into? It's only building blocks for potential conflict between refugees and hosts, but also we are seeing a number of hosts starting to point fingers. It becomes about us and them, because the planning and the provision of the services in the area is focusing on one group and leaving out the other group for various reasons. But also what we then see is we see more and more, especially the younger generation, coming into the towns and living and coming into, Kampala, coming into places like Arua as a city, looking for those basic needs that they could have had, but because of the way planning is, governance is, and the exclusion of some of these host communities is leading to that movement and those challenges.
Okay, thank you, Salome. By the way, we have some refugees in the house. Please raise your hands, the refugees who have attended with us. Hello? Are you around? Yes? Okay, there were about 10, I think, yesterday. Thank you for coming and joining us in this discussion. Ronnie, I want to come back to you a little. In relation to labor externalization, do we have an analysis? Do we have data that can help us appreciate whether some of the focusing on the Middle East externalization, since that is the area you worked in a lot, whether some of the girls who are living are from homes where numbers are a problem? Have we had some analysis in that regard to see whether the girls, most of them who are leaving, it's because maybe in the families there were many so they couldn't take care of them? Do we have data that we can rely on in that regard?
Thank you so much. Once again, in 2021, I was lucky to be part of the team that was developing the Labor Extension Metadata Handbook. And this same document was used to develop the labor survey, or to facilitate the labor survey. And indeed, some of the questions include what you're asking. But the answers that we've been majorly finding or getting are that these Ugandans, and when you say the ladies, I will not say the girls, because I was told the girls stop at about 21, about 18, and unless it's your own child, of course it stays as a girl or a boy. And so the people who are externalized, I'm talking about those who are regularly or legally externalized, are 21 years and above. So these are ladies. Some of the factors, other than the usual known unemployment, have been to do with domestic violence. I do not want to believe that domestic violence in their context or in a discussion today could mean overpopulation in a particular home. It hasn't been the case. it has been that these ladies have either been in failed marriages, I'd call them that way, or have given birth to children and they are not being taken care of, so they feel they want to go out there, abroad, and to be able to source or get livelihood for their own children. Statistically, that's what is there. I have not seen or have not come across any figures that say because there are maybe 10 people or 8 people, so some people have been forced to go and seek for livelihood out of this country.
Okay. Thank you, Ronnie. Doctor was whispering something, but he had told me initially that he is going to say all he wants to say in his presentation and then await questions like a good lecturer.
But
so,
ask the question.
Okay.
Robert asked me a question.
Ronnie.
Ronnie, yeah. About whether there is any information regarding people who are coming in. I think what is probably better documented is to do with the refugees. We know the numbers. And then also those who come in through the gazetted entry points. Those we can know. But we have, as you know, porous borders. And there are a number of people who cross into Uganda from our neighboring countries, and sometimes we do not know everything about them. But some of them come here, and with time, they even buy land and settle. I think we are a free society, and then eventually they just live with us. So some of those numbers may require a lot of research so that we know exactly how many have come in. But as of now, we really have numbers to do with the official statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. So we are talking migration and population. Doctor helped us appreciate internal migration within Uganda. Ronnie is helping us understand more about labor externalization. Solome about refugees. And Agnes was to help us, Agnes works with IGAD. She was going to help us appreciate from a regional context, the movement, the advocacy for free movement of people, how that is related to population. Now I want to take it to the plenary to ask some questions, what your thoughts are, what you want to input into this discussion. I don't know whether, team, someone moving the microphones? The hands are up. Please pass on the microphones. I'll start from the front. The lady, the gentleman, Mr. Okumu, yes, behind there, and at the back. Those are 5 questions. Oh, and Barbara behind, 6. We can improvise and you come and... Let's improvise because of the breakaway sessions, probably. Okay, they are there. There. Yes. Thank you. Make it brief. We are standing between you and lunch.
Thank you so much. My name is Agaba Charity from Young Professionals Mentorship Program. My question cuts across between Professor and then Mr. Ron. It is about, actually mine is about governance. I have a feeling that Uganda or any other country in Africa still has all the resources to accommodate its people. We haven't gone beyond, just like Lucy said, that countries like China have the largest number of population, but they still have their people intact in their country. What do you think it can take us to help our people instead of coming from the village of Mbarara to Kampala, from Mityana to Kampala, what can help us, or what can we do to maintain those people in those villages, so that a few people that are in Kampala stay in Kampala, and a few people that are in Mbarara or some other areas like Mityana, like Yumbe, remain there. Then also another question is about control over people going abroad. Is it in the best interest of the country to see our young people going abroad, leaving the beauty of Uganda, going to suffer from other countries? If not, what is causing that? What can we do to stop that? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Gentleman behind them.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And this question will go to Dr. Nzabona. First of all, I have to mention that I'm a scholar as well. I just graduated with my master's in social work as a
Please
human
mention
rights.
the names so that when they're answering, they address.
I just said it's going to Dr. Nzabona, if I've mentioned it right. Oh, my name is Edward Motebi. In my master thesis research, I researched about forced annual examination as a contribution to forced migration of LGBTQ people around Africa. In your submission, you've basically talked about population as a push factor, and I'm wondering if migrations of for example, forced annual examination and other factors, for example, sexual violence, unfriendly laws, that the one we're having right now, and human rights violations, and other factors like forced nudity. I mean, we are having these things happening these days where people are arrested and made to undress in public and in front of cameras. Are these factors also contributing to migration of people from within Uganda and probably also outside the country? And also maybe another question is, are there migration data, or for example, you are in the migration field, are there some migration data for minors, especially queer minors, who are moving within the country or outside the country seeking for safety? I mean, these are topics which are never discussed. For example, topics of queer minors moving out of the country or moving within the country. So for my interest, are there such data that a person like me who has interest in migration that I can refer to in my further research? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Martin Okumo from Alliance for National Transformation Party. I just want to give the panel additional information. As a party, we moved in Isingiro, Kamwenge, Chegegwa, Busia, Kapchorwa, Arua, and Terego, among others. And one of the things we were discussing with the local people was the issue of migration. Now, we met so many people, especially refugees, and also many Ugandans who went for Cheyo, especially in the Middle East, and came back. So they had good stories. But in summary, because of time, what they cite as the reason for migration: unemployment, lack of land for agro production, insecurity, especially for refugees, and then lack of economic opportunities. There are many Ugandans who say doing business in Uganda now is almost impossible. Loan interest rate is over 20%, so businesses are failing. They have also told us that if there were industries and services, especially the entire value chains of agriculture, it could help in stopping migration from Uganda. Because cooperative movement in the past used to employ over 40% of Ugandans. The records are there in Ministry of Trade, Cooperative and Industries. Now, my last point is we need to look at statistics. 78% of Ugandans below 35 years, that is a huge number. So we are youth, a youthful population. Out of that, 50% of Ugandans are below 15. So the maiden age of Ugandans are 15 years. Even out of that, 40% of Ugandans who are supposed to be in employment bracket are actually jobless. This was a recent statistics from Ministry of Labor. So the question we are discussing is growing population a push factor on migration in Uganda? My answer is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Moses Rochaza from Busoga. I want to start with the presentation of Doctor. The presentation has ably showed us that the growing population is not a push factor, because he has ably shown it from those populated countries. It shows that there are other factors that make the migration, maybe people seeking for jobs, natural calamities, and others. But now my question is that migration has caused some challenges in maybe urban cities, creating urban slums. People go to look for jobs in towns. At the end of the day, they create slums, and others maybe after failing, they resort to other activities that are not good for the country. Now, my question is, where is the National Planning Authority? What is it doing that you can even project that at a certain time T, we shall have such a population? So what is now the value, and what is it doing, National Planning Authority, to ensure that we mitigate such migration arising and then creating slums? You have also said there are good policies. Can't the country benchmark and get good policies so that we stable our population? Then the last one is to Madame Solomon. We're from the refugee. We have seen articles running where refugees are fighting with the host communities for social services, maybe for health facilities, for schools. Now, how have you handled such situations? Because as we talk now, there is an influx of refugees in this country. And yet these social services may not have been planned for such an influx of people. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman here, then Barbara. Is there a hand behind which I missed when I was sitting behind? The hands behind were not seen, so I'm looking out. None. So there's only one more hand here. So those are three. Then we come back to the plenary and close it.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ronald, once again, from West Nile. I want to agree that a growing population is a push factor for migration. And the reality is rooted deep in our histories and even dating back to ancient times. In our history, we learned that many of the factors for population migration, in history books we have been learning, one of them has been increase in population, which tend to directly affect resources. Actually, I want to link a lot of migration to resource. Even from presentation of Solomon, still you find that one of the causes of people becoming refugees is conflict arising from resources. People are conflicting over resources. Now, and this is like something which is part of life. For those who believe in the Bible, the first commandment in the Bible given to Adam, what was it? Multiply and fill the face of the earth, not to stay in one place. So people, whenever the number is increasing, they move on. And secondly, for those who really believe in the Bible, Abraham had a promised son called Isaac. Now, when his mother died, He had 6 other sons, for those who know. But he made sure he secured land for these other 6 boys whose mother was different from Sarah, in a different place, far away from this one, to avoid conflict and other things. So we see that when population begin to increase, there is need to move to avoid conflict and in order for the resources also to be the same. I mean, to serve the population, which is not different from what we are seeing right now. Now, let me come to reality of Uganda. I am picking from Dr. Abel's presentation. Actually, the situation in the north, if that map of Uganda was on the board, I would ask you to divide the country, draw a horizontal line in the middle. What the colonial policies affected was actually the whole of northern Uganda, not only West Nile, when it was looked at as a reserve for labor and military and so on. But what was the main problem? Industries were established in the greater south, the whole of north reserved for labor force and military. Then all industries are in the south. And I remember one colonial administrator was ordered not to establish industries in the north because that's where labor was coming from. Otherwise, industries like the sugar, the other things, will collapse because there will be no. And that's what explains why there's so many West Nilers in Jinja, in Kinyara, in so many of these other places. Now, this created a very serious inequality, which to me is a concern. That's why even as a nation, we have not tried to address. And it's some reality we see daily. And definitely, when the industries were established in the south, more economic opportunities arose, which now becomes amenities that tend now to what? To pull people from one direction to another. Who doesn't want to go where the resources are? Some time back, I went in conflict with one of the ministers who comes from West Nile, northern Uganda, who was lamenting that, what's wrong with us in northern Uganda? We are contributing only 3% of Uganda's GDP. We only lament by saying, have you forgotten your own history? You are right now in government. What are you trying to do to address this inequality that we are seeing right now? We are the ones to be holding you to account for, because now you have the means, you have the voice, you can do something. So the population will continue to move like that if we don't do something to check that, especially from the source, why the migration has been coming.
Thank you, Ronald. Barbara is at the back.
Thank you, Lucy, and thanks to the panelists that is out there. Maybe a contribution and a question. I think one of the people that would be missing on your panel is a person from the Ministry of Planning and Development. Like all the people have been discussing, if this is something that we anticipated was going to happen, then what did the governance do about it? Because we would have planned better. And the other thing I could say probably to Mr. Ronnie, among the things that I have found out in my research, especially with the push factors for labor externalization, is service provision. And service provision tails down to the basics of basic care, of things like education. Most of the girls that end up in your office or those that you've ended up externalizing, these are girls that probably didn't complete P7. If they went very far, they did S2. And these are teen mothers who actually didn't know or didn't have any information about family planning or any of these other adolescent reproductive health programs that have now been instituted that would have helped them or educated them about the dangers of teenager pregnancy. And then they have found themselves when they have to be now into, I don't even want to call it child marriage, but something like that, because they get married when they are 16 and 17, and then the cases of domestic violence are going to increase. So you're handpicking the incidences of domestic violence, but there are so many other factors that have actually increased the the migration of these young ladies to actually look out for services elsewhere. And of course, the cycle continues, because when there is poverty, then there is no education. When there is no education, then there is health is going to struggle, then service provision is going to struggle, and then someone will want to flee. And when they flee, they are thinking it's for the better, but the real cause has been left here. So I am thinking, until we're able to address why the people are leaving, why people are on the go, then whatever we are doing is just reflection. We are just addressing the issues that we are seeing right now, but not going to the ground to find out the real cause and planning better. Because if we don't plan better and the population is increasing, Lucy, you said 49. Seems like we're going to be externalizing forever. Is that the best solution to this problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I know she's an advocate against labor externalization, but the unemployment is real and solutions have to be found. Let's come back to the panel. We start with Dr. Abe to address what was.
Thank you, Lucy. There was a question from the participant who talked first, the lady. What can we do to maintain people in villages? And I was happy Mr. Martin Okumu provided the answers, because some of the drivers have to do with the resources. If we can establish industries, provide opportunities, we could reduce the volumes of people moving, and also other opportunities. We may not totally eliminate the movement, but at least we can reduce the movement. Edward was wondering whether population factor is the only factor or whether there are other factors. Indeed, there are very many other factors. That's why we say that for the other 1969 patterns, people were moving partly because of limited opportunities. West Nile is a fertile place. Northern Uganda is a fertile place. So you can actually have grown some of those cash crops, and that would have stopped people from moving from West Nile to Jinja to work in Kakila. So there are other factors, not only the population factor. Then Edward talked of migration data. I want to say that one of the challenges of measuring migration is limited data. Compared to fertility and mortality, we have a shortage of migration-specific data. The latest we came to doing a migration survey was in 2017, where under the auspices of IDRC, we did a survey on migration, youth migration and employment in Eastern Africa. But, and their results I could share with you, Edward. But these other areas, like you were calling it queer minors, we don't have that kind of data, and probably it would need doing a specialized migration survey, because that can generate a lot of information. There was a question from the gentleman in black coat. I have forgotten the name. Moses. Yeah, where is the National Planning Authority? Yeah, good question. Of course, I am not competent enough to speak on their behalf, but I think this is an area that they should be interested in, because developing plans is under their docket, and probably that could help us in getting some things done. Of course, they will also say they plan, but they are not the ones who implement. They must also get resources from elsewhere. Yeah, but it's a very important area of concern. Last, I think Ronald was spot on. He emphasized the point that a number of people were moving from the north, because it was like a place reserved for security, from Reba, the west. Yeah, so some of these things could be distortions that need to be corrected. I think some efforts are being done, but much more needs to be done. Much more. The efforts should be purposeful and intentional, so that we can get something visible and tangible, and probably that is what can try to reduce this imbalance. Thank you.
Thank you, Abe. Mr. Mukondane.
Thank you so much. I'll respond to the question asked by our sister Charity here. Is it in the best interest of the country to let its people go abroad? I'm reading it verbatim as you put it. What can be done to stop this? I would like to inform you and maybe the other people who have the same question that people have been migrating out of this country for different reasons. But most importantly, I will speak about those that have been migrating specifically for employment. And most have been doing it irregularly. I will not say illegally, but irregularly. Irregularly meaning they are not cleared by the government, or they are not known by the government. So I'll also not speak for the government, and I'll specifically not to the Ministry of Gender. But I need to inform you that the government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, created a unit which it empowered with a regulation, the first one being 2005, which was regulating the movement of Ugandans, specifically going abroad for employment. Why did this come in place? It is because so many people were traveling. As we all know, there are so many Ugandans, for example, in China, so many Ugandans in Dubai, UAE, so many Ugandans in South Africa, so many Ugandans everywhere. And as I said earlier, these people are not known by the government here regarding their travel for employment. So it created or established this program called Labor Externalization, basically streamline the process of those who wish to go and work abroad. We also must understand that movement, one person moving from here to another place, is a human right. So you may not stand somewhere and say, you go, you don't go. Even when the government would wish, I'm assuming. Why do I assume so? Because they have put in different programs, and the Labor Externalization being one of them. Of course, we hear of those other programs of theirs. We don't know whether they are effective or not, but Labor Externalization is one of those to try to have people do what they are doing legally or regularly. Can it be stopped? This is a question we normally encounter, and I will answer it the same way, that what can be stopped, or what can government stop? Will government stop people from moving out of this country? Most probably not. Dr. Abel here talked of porous borders. Even when you say, which the government by the way tried to do or does at the airport, trying to ask, profiling particular youth in a certain category, trying to ask them where they are going and why they are going to those particular places, so that they can stop them from going illegally. People have used porous borders. We have had so many Ugandans. Unfortunately, Agnes isn't here. Should have also been able to tell us how many Ugandans have been rescued, or those that have traveled through our eastern border, Malaba and the areas around Ruakaka through Kenya to other countries. So the wish of stopping, maybe you might stop what is regular or what is legal, but you may not stop people from actually moving if the factors that are pushing them to go are still existing. Thank you so much. Maybe also Barbara, to just agree with her that yes, most of the ladies that are externalized are not so much educated. But I also want to bring it to your attention that not only does Uganda or the people who participate in the labor externalization only facilitate employment for the unskilled category? They also facilitate employment for skilled laborers who include engineers, who include accountants, who include chefs. But we also understand that the majority of these people who migrate specifically for labor, or those that regularly migrate, are unskilled. And of course, we also must agree that those other factors, the lack of access to some of those services, including domestic violence and others, contribute to the numbers being high for these particular people to travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Salome, to respond to what was raised to you and to give your closing parting shot.
Thank you, Lucy. So I had a question from Moses. Refugees fighting with hosts in communities for services. What are we doing about this? I think for us as the Refugee Law Project and various organizations working on these issues, encouraging inclusive refugee hosting is part of the advocacy we have done. But also just to note that in March 2017, Uganda took on a comprehensive refugee response framework. And what this framework does is it provides pillars in which, we are looking at, we are welcoming, morally, we are welcoming our brothers and sisters in their time of need. But what does that mean for us? Hosting refugees is our international obligation, but also what is morally right. And so initially services were for just refugees, then we got to a 70-30 ratio for services, and we are pushing more and more for realities on ground around 50-50 use of these services. But also, like I'd mentioned earlier, joint planning by refugee-mandated response agencies and local governments. And there's been a lot of work towards that and a lot of successes that have been registered between OPM and respective local governments. But also the other aspect of the work that we do on ground is peaceful coexistence that we often, advocate for. And what this means for us as an institution is that when we look at humanitarian response and transitional justice, they're often siloed fields, and that's the work that we do passionately to ensure that humanitarian response and addressing justice needs, needs of post-conflict communities where most of these refugees actually are settled is something that goes alongside concurrently to inform services and ways of life of the hosts as well as the refugees that are coming in, and ensuring that they're peacefully coexisting. Maybe also to speak to what Charity and Edward talked about, are there other factors? Yes, there are other factors. And I think that we need to remain alive to issues around recurrent hostilities, internally and externally. What my previous panelists spoke about, issues around governance, sharing of the national cake. You go into some communities and there's a health center where the pregnant woman has to come with money for batteries for a torch. What does that mean in this country? Of course, people will move. Migration is also very, very linked to survival. And so issues around recurrent hostilities, our past ethnic strife that continues to happen, but also natural disasters. We are seeing more and more longer droughts. We saw what happened in the Karamoja sub-region. We are seeing stronger storms and floods that are impacting people across the region, across the world. And, climate change that has become a song. Those are also some of the key aspects that are actually contributing greatly to migration and linking it to being more of a survival strategy.
Thank you. Any parting shots? 1 minute each. Your concluding remark.
Okay, I go first.
Mm-hmm.
So my concern is really on the effects of internal migration. Projections indicate that by 2050, Uganda will be having like 100 million. And this is likely to happen because with a total fertility rate of 4.4, it is something that can indeed happen. So we will be having a population with a large potential for out-migration to towns and cities. So right now, Kampala, how will it be if it is already a problem to move within? When we have a Kampala city of, say, 10, 15 million, it will be a big problem. So all of this requires planning the rural areas, as we have said, and providing opportunities. Because if people see opportunities, then probably they may not see much need to move out. Germany has a number of cities: Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, Düsseldorf. So although Berlin is the capital and is very populous, but people in Hamburg may not really feel that they must go to Berlin, because there are also other opportunities in the other cities. They may remain in Cologne, they may remain in Leipzig, because there are also opportunities there. But if we have a situation in Uganda where everybody is looking at Kampala and a few other cities, then we shall continue to generate this kind of migration, which is not good for the country, but also which is not good for the migrants themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Lucy, and the audience. Mine would be to really emphasize that we must accept that migration is real, considering the population, and most importantly, labor migration. But we should also look at the positives that come with labor migration. For example, for the Ugandan context, I know yesterday you had a discussion on the brain drain and the rest on whether actually there's also brain waste. You know, so the people who mostly, like Barbara was talking about, what we call unskilled, and they may not gain so much in terms of skills that they might apply, but also those that could go and acquire skills, but also importantly the economy of Uganda. For example, statistically, the remittances or money sent by our Ugandans who are working abroad or are working outside of Uganda totals to about 1.3 billion US dollars annually. And when you look at those in the Middle East alone, they bring in about 900 million US dollars annually. So this is money that is coming in. Of course, it is money that is coming in and also going to different sectors of the economy. So we must also look at migration and, most importantly, labor migration in a different angle. And we also must agree that as long as people cannot be absorbed here, as long as they oppress the services, as Ronald, my namesake from West Nile there, mentioned, as long as the services are oppressed here, people will always move, and that is a factor to must agree to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Salome, were you done with your parting words?
Just briefly to share that, as you know, we've talked a lot about migration and issues around governance, and I'd really like to just remind us of yesterday's panels that talked over and over about who are we as a people. For Ugandans, some of the social ills we are seeing around are not falling from above. The questions that Honorable Matembe was asking: who are we? How do we, if we can't guard our votes? And I think that that's a reflection that we walk away from this panel with, because you see that all these issues are very, very linked and dependent on each other. That an issue in one area directly impacts another, and it brings us to the conversation we are having today. But also just to say that even for forced migration, there is a positive. And I think moving forward and thinking around how do we harness the resource, the human resource that comes into the country when these issues happen from one place to the other, because as Ronnie has said, it's all right. It's not like we can stop it, but I think that there's always a silver lining.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for our panelists for this session. 18th December is the International Migrants Day. Please note it, 18th December. Follow the discussions that happen around migration. because many of you or us are migrants, and we are also potential what? Migrants. If war happens right now, you are likely to move. So please interest yourself in the topic of migration. Look out for what is being discussed. Follow, support the migrants, and let's make Uganda a better country to live in. Thank you for joining us for this panel. I don't see the MC. I assume he is in the other discussion. People at the back, my fellow team, the hosts, is lunch ready? Are the coupons ready? Yes. So we've earned our lunch. Let's go and have lunch. Thank you so much.